he's NPR when they play the jingles and they say things and they pretend that they're looking at it from every angle, and it's literally biased from one side. So, there's a utility to hearing the bias of the position, but that's all it is. It's what it is.
Yeah, but I don't think that he's knowledgeable. I don't think he's knowledgeable enough on the positions to ask the questions, because I don't want him to challenge them. I want him to ask the right questions. I don't want Piers Morgan, because I hate what Piers Morgan does. Like, he feels that he needs to challenge every person that he interviews, and that makes the whole interview shit. Because I
agree with you, but then he shuts it down to the Tucker Carlson. But let's leave that alone. Let's say I agree with you on allowing Putin and Iran to talk, but if he doesn't want to take the position because he wants to interview the next guy, have on the very next episode someone counteract it. You can play that game also.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro.
But Ben Shapiro is combative. As combative as Ben Shapiro is when he has his Sunday conversation, he does it he takes on people that he disagree with and does a very calm, he'll push back very slightly. Like, his Sunday conversations are interesting because
I love it.
I also like
Sunday specials.
I like also Dave Rubin when he interviews. Now his monologues, I don't like them, but I did believe that he used to ask very good questions and he was doing only interviews. Right now about I don't know.
He's extremely educated.
Like, I think it's a week. Who? Dave Rubin?
Tucker. It's not that he doesn't know. He's very educated. He knows a bunch of facts, and he's that you can't say. He's not just ignorant. He's extremely educated.
Yeah. No, but
the most educated people are the biggest retards.
No, that's my point. He's not. Dave Smith is not educated. Like we throw facts at him and he gets confused. And he's like, no, so prove it. Yeah. I didn't watch the whole thing, but did you watch with Constant Kissing? There was a third person. Was it Piers Morgan?
Oh yes, I love it. It was really good.
Exactly.
Well, but but that was Piers Morgan. How do you say? Doing the debate with.
Kissing.
Yeah, that's the one.
I'm talking about Constant Kissing. The screen had three windows. The screen had three windows. It was Constantine Kissing. I forgot the third person. I believe it was Piers Morgan and Dave Smith. I know for sure.
Yeah, I watched that one.
Constantine Kissing.
And Piers Morgan was the mediator, and he was a shitty mediator because he wanted to insert his opinion in the whole thing, and he defended or shielded, let's say, Dave Smith a lot, and I didn't agree with that. So it's like, okay, you're going to host a debate, let them talk. But he was inserting his opinion in every single thing. But Kissing was ace in that debate. I liked him every time more. This kid was amazing.
I didn't like Kissing hold as well on that, to be honest.
I think Kissing did that.
I didn't watch the whole thing, so I can't have an opinion.
No, I don't think he did that well, to be honest.
I think he did well because
his partner, what's his name? It's not.
Yeah, I don't like him too much.
No, this is on Piers Morgan's show that his partner wasn't there, but like, the problem is like these people don't hit like the moral aspect of like.
Yeah, you want to do debate from an objectivist point of view. Who cares? This is politics. This is realpolitik.
Well, politics is the application.
Yes, but you cannot bring every single discussion to a philosophical level because it's not going to work.
Well,
you
then
need to get it at a specific level.
If you're arguing just like the concrete that's a more conversation to have.
Well, no one gets anywhere with you either.
Well, that's good.
You can have the philosophical conversations with people that are interested in philosophy, but when you have only 1 hour and you need to break down things, I mean, you can make it implicit in your arguments, but you cannot take the time to go to Aristotle and Ayn Rand and the Austrian School of Economics.
No.
Work like that.
Dennis Prager, I
yelling like a crazy person.
Yeah, he started crying like a bitch, fucking everything. Like, but Dennis Prager pushed on all of Dave Smith's dumb arguments, and he provided the proper syllogisms. And he said, well, you're equating Hamas and blah blah blah, and you can everything you said about Hamas can be applied to the Nazis. The women and children in Gaza to the Nazis, and that's exactly what it is. You relativize it. You say, look,
Okay, but anyway,
it's not a proper way of thinking about
the
it.
interview between Kissen or the debate between Kissen and Dave Smith, I think it was good. And Kissen never lost his cool, and he was very factual, and he would just drop very factual stuff. And I think his analogies were also very good. Now, Dave Smith got all riled up, and he lost his shit, and he was at some point like getting all emotional about it and yelling, and like you say, Meyer, I don't think he's educated. He was smashed with arguments by Kissen.
And the Israelis don't want to know
I like
what
Kissen. I like Kissen
is
a
going
lot.
on inside Palestine. It's a terrible human rights persecution.
I like that.
It is fully transcendent.
Yeah, he's very
I
cool.
don't think in this particular
He's clearly not educated.
They're powerful political
It's
forces
scary,
in
what?
America.
I just can't stand Dave Smith's voice, like his mannerism of speaking. It's just fucking annoying.
I think it's
He's
aggravating.
scary, what?
Every single member of Congress was a good time with
He was in the Matrix, that's why I couldn't.
and called for Israel to withdraw.
No one educated. Like,
He's clearly uneducated.
Publicize the plight of the
What did you say?
And that is
Did you say what?
by the very effective work of the American-Israeli.
Get out of the face.
Who did you say that you like? I said I like him. I'm trying.
Kissen.
Who did you say you like? Kissen's good. I don't think he's right. So some people hate him, but he's just not as good as Kissen.
He just doesn't speak. He literally doesn't make any points.
Because he has nothing to say. He's allegedly a comedian. He's not that funny. It's like he just tries to be the goofy guy because
Yeah.
Wisconsin and Kissen comes from a much more educated. But he could pretty much better debate skills. He knows what he's talking about. So he can argue the point.
I don't know why this makes me think of it, and it was a total fluke that I ran up on it, but it was, I think, in Instagram where he put the majority of his posts. I would be shocked if it's still on there. But the wrestler, I guess he's a wrestler dude, last name King, but he started attacking Joe Rogan. Did any of you guys hear about that? And then they threw him in jail. Yeah, and Joe Rogan put harassment charges on him. Like there's like, you gotta say like,
The liver can.
God, that was like, did you go through the Instagram videos? Like, I started watching, I was like, okay, now he's coming off a little obsessed. Like, it was bad.
No, I don't pay attention to any of that cultural stuff, to be honest.
So with me, Meyer, I'm obviously reaction towards Piers Morgan. Like the more I watch Piers Morgan's show, the less I like him. The more disgusted I feel about the way that he manages things and how he handles conversation. Whereas the more I watch Kissen, the more I want to watch from him. I've been like binge watching a lot of his interviews lately. It's so good. I really like that guy.
I see that the latest on his channel is a conversation between him and Francis, our honest opinion on Israel. That sounds interesting. It shows
Cool.
check it out, Mitch.
I don't know what was it.
Aziz, if you want to come up, but I mean, Piers Morgan is like Piers Morgan is not. He's a normie that has no beliefs. He's just his ideas are in the wind.
You're in the Matrix, Maya. Where are you, Maya? Are you in a Gaza tunnel or something?
Why do we hate Piers Morgan all of a sudden though? I remember being in his rooms and everybody telling me how great of a orator he was and how
I have never said that he's a great orator.
Nobody has ever said. Nobody has ever said.
No, you remember incorrectly because none of us have ever.
I remember being in this room and I was saying he's always
None
been
of us has
If I
ever
could-
said that.
well, you can speak for yourself, but you can't speak for everyone.
Yeah, well,
So-
I'm speaking for myself, but I have
Right,
never
I'm not
heard
talking
Simon
to you
saying it.
directly.
I've never heard Myers saying it.
Right, I'm
I've never
not
heard
talking to
anyone
you
say
directly.
it.
Yeah, no, it's
If you feel good about what I'm saying, that's different, right?
No, well, then it was for this room, honey.
No, but it happened, you know. You can deny it, but it happened.
Well, it might have been Palestinians, I don't know, that had been in this room, but
I
not many
remember
of us.
arguing.
Many of us, none of us.
I remember arguing in this room saying, you know, I feel like he's paid by them, so he has to be a little bit biased. Listen, I argued in this room in against Piers Morgan, and you guys were saying, oh, he's such a, I love Piers Morgan, you know, I don't want to say
You
anything.
never said that. Who said it?
I swear to God, if I'm lying, kill me today.
Who said it?
I argued in this room about Piers Morgan.
Who said
Okay,
it?
but who said it?
I even want to say, I swear to God, I even want to say Issa said it. I swear to God. I swear to God. I want to say Issa. I swear to God, I'm not lying.
And the reason
On my life,
I
swear to God.
the reason I know Isa has never said that is because me, Isa, Mayor, Daniel, or maybe not Daniel, but like all of us who have like.
This is in fact the
Oh my
quote.
God, please listen.
The quote exactly from Issa. I love Piers Morgan.
Why is the reason you know that it's not Simon?
It's because he's such a normie. He has no beliefs in anything, and we all agree on that. He blows in the wind. He has no real beliefs.
In fact, the five of us have got a group where we chat and where we share a lot of misinformation and links and whatever, and we always criticize Piers Morgan. So it's not like all of a sudden I changed my mind.
I think now he's being criticized. You know, I don't think he was.
Yeah, he was. We have months and probably like a year and a half or 2 years of having this group, and I have never liked Piers Morgan, and I don't
So
know
you
it since 2 years
criticized
ago.
Piers Morgan when you agreed?
Yeah.
So you were saying? I don't agree.
Bro, I've been saying since October 9th, I've criticized Chris Morgan. With his
Yeah,
dumb
maybe
show.
you have started.
Dumb
Maybe you
views.
have started. I'm not taking specific names, but I specifically remember being in this room and arguing that Piers Morgan is not being honest and objective and asking the right questions. And everybody said, no, he's really good. I remember it.
I completely doubt that. I mean, Piers Morgan flip-flops on fucking everything. Yeah, I agree that, Israel can defend themselves, but I think to the degree of which they're doing it, it's like, so what? There's a nation fighting a war with one hand behind its back. What the fuck kind of view is this? This is
He just
retarded.
wants to be liked, and I dislike that vibe.
I disagree.
I've been a big critic of Israel ever since the beginning of the war. It's like, bro,
No, he wasn't. He was in favor. He was supportive of Israel until the facts changed. And over a period of
What
time,
facts changed, Aziz? The facts don't change.
I'll explain how the facts changed. Right? It was a response. It was a justified response. They did get hacked and they needed to defend themselves, Israel. But it got to a point where no one, not even Piers Morgan, with his snide ways and his sneaky comments, could justify it any longer. And so he changed his
Oh,
mind.
really? What kind of justification do you need, Aziz?
Right, you
They
cannot
cannot return the hostages.
Yeah,
Hamas is not
exactly.
down yet, so what
Right.
kind of justification do you need?
Right. They don't want the hostages. Like, how many times do I have to repeat the same thing? The hostages, the families.
It's ridiculous. They're not going after the hostage.
Yeah, they don't want the hostages. They don't want the hostages, man. Like,
That's not saying that they don't want, but it's not like that.
Okay, then prove them wrong. Give the hostages back, put your arms down, and then let's see if the war doesn't
No.
stop, then I will be on your
Because-
side.
Because first of all, the hostages is wrong, and we understand that. But it's kind of like they don't want them back like that. That's
Oh,
like
really? They don't want the hostages
yeah.
back?
well, you can't really make that claim though.
Such
Like,
an idiot.
the whole thing,
They don't.
you can't
It
even
doesn't
make the
help
assertion because the reality is that they're claiming if you give us the hostages back, we stop. Until they do that and they don't stop, then you're right. But you can't make
Yeah,
that
exactly. Make
So
make
what do
that
they
happen,
stop?
and then I will be on your side. I will say, you know what?
But
You're
what do
right.
they stop?
Israel just wants to kill Gazans. Well, if they have the hostages back and the conditions that they said that were met, then I will be on your side and say, okay, yeah, Israel is just wants to kill Gazans. But it hasn't. Yeah, but so far it hasn't happened.
Right, but what stopped It doesn't.
Hamas renounces to the government.
Right. The reality is, right, that it won't end because there will be there's greater political
Just keep
concern.
killing the
That doesn't end it,
But then, Aziz, don't you realize that the moral responsibility on all of these Palestinian women and children who are dying, the moral blame gets shifted to Hamas. You realize that,
No,
right?
well, they don't. Well, they
The
don't.
world doesn't shit that way.
They
Like,
don't.
the world is not, whether you're right or wrong, it doesn't matter. Like,
Yeah, but
the
who
world
cares
sees
how
it.
the world sees it? It doesn't
Well, who cares?
matter.
Israel, I think Israel would and should care how the world sees them.
They don't care.
Why?
That's the reason
It's
why
a matter of
they're
life and
going.
death.
They don't
It's a
care.
matter of life and death. I don't care. If you think, oh my God, I can't believe Simon is murdering people to defend it. It's like, bro, I don't care. I know what I'm fighting for, and I'm literally fighting for my survival.
Israel is not caring, and they shouldn't care because they have their first responsibility is to defend their country and their people.
That's right.
Well, this is the thing. So if that's the case, why are they not?
Well,
They're not protecting their people. They're not. They've got such an aggressive military approach that people are now in danger.
That's good. They need to show force.
You can say that.
Stop all the
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. You can say that. You don't live there, so you can say, yeah, let's go to war. You can say that.
Have you lived there?
That's why you can say that.
Have you lived
Because you don't
there?
live there.
Because you
Your family are not hostages.
you are pushing for
So you can say
the
that.
you are pushing for the support of Hamas, and it's your comments that is killing the people
I
who claim to be
I do not have a dog in this fight, man. I just do not want women to live to die.
correct, and it's
Yeah,
people
so you have a dog.
like
You have a dog in
It's
this
people,
fight.
You get a dog.
like yours that are pushing and supporting Hamas that ends up killing the people that you claim to support.
You cannot continue. Look. I'll tell you, for example, I'll give you an example, right? After 9/11 happened, everybody wanted to kill the Muslims. Fair enough. You went to Afghanistan, it happened, you killed 1 million people. And then you realize, okay, maybe we shouldn't have done that. And I think this is what will happen with this instance, and that is the reality. That's the reality.
Well, no, that's not,
He's right
that's
about
not the reality.
That's
That's
the reality. That's the reality. I'm telling you the truth. It's the reality. Aziz knows the truth. The problem is you all pretending don't know the truth. Now we know the truth because Aziz told us the truth.
So the reality is, right, one day you guys...
Let me tell you what the reality of the situation is. This is the truth.
Grown folks are speaking. Understand? Anyways, like I said...
Do you understand? Do you understand that you're wasting your fucking time and your fucking life here telling everybody the reality of the situation?
It's definitely not Kitover. He's not winning an election anytime soon. I'll tell you that.
Looks more personal.
Talk to my AI campaign strategist, Luigi's Tickles.
Stop flirting with him.
My God.
The reality is, look. Right?
Look, the reality is
Just
this.
shut up for a second. Just shut up for a second. One day, the average person that was in this war effort will act like they were more moderate than they were. And that's the truth, because it was too aggressive. It was way too aggressive.
Way too aggressive to protect yourself from getting murdered by
If you think
terrorists.
that's the case, then, when the shoe is on the other foot, keep that same energy. Keep that same energy. Don't get yourself into victimhood and then try to victimize and just don't do that. Be consistent. Say,
I'm very consistent.
yeah, just say, I want to kill the innocents because they killed our innocents. Say that. Just say that.
But the difference is it's easy to say the innocent, but the problem is why should members of a completely other nation have to be consistent with protecting the innocence of another nation when if you're really considering the innocent lives and you're responsible for these people, which would be the Hamas, why would you do that and then cry about your citizens dying?
Well,
I think their plan has worked exactly how they wanted it to. I think that's kind of why they accepted it. They wanted to force Israel to basically have to bomb the fuck out of Gaza.
Okay, so then if we know that, okay, so then if we know that, why are we crying about women and children dying?
No, because you guys are pretending that. Because you guys are pretending that you haven't been baited into killing women and children. You have, and you've done it.
Wait, I mean, nobody forced their hands to do it. I mean,
But exactly.
you're not baited into doing it. You murdered 1,200 people.
Right, and they made you do the same. You are equally murderous, if not worse. You can't
No,
it's not equally.
You're an objectivist. You have the numbers. What are we doing?
Look, but it's not a matter of numbers, though.
It is, because you're an objective.
It's fucking war, Aziz.
Aziz, everything that you just said, I sound like fucking Dennis Prager now, but everything you just said is equally applied to the Nazis. That's like saying, like, oh, like the amount of innocent women and children who weren't Nazis in World War II were murdered by, like every other country who was trying to defend themselves from France, the UK, anybody who basically defended themselves, and the innocent people who weren't Nazis died because the Nazis invaded their country. You could say to the exact same thing. Well, Israel is defending themselves, but women and children died who weren't.
It's a very small piece of land, bro.
Well, that makes it even more difficult.
I'll tell you the problem.
Yeah, you could say that. That's fair. But it's also like one of those things where like 2 years into something, like they don't have any confidence in Israel to do anything if they really can't go in there and get their hostages out after this amount of time. Now, I don't think the hostages are the priority, and I do have confidence in what it's capable of doing. Well,
they shouldn't be.
Let's see. This would be a more honest perspective. Just say like you want to kill everyone. Yeah, that's fair.
No, but
I don't think honestly, I don't think that either that the hostages should be a priority, because that puts you in a position of negotiating with fucking terrorists, and you should never negotiate with terrorists. Now, the thing is that they are using, the reason why they took hostages is because they know that Israel cares about these things and that they will actually negotiate in order to bring people back. So, they knew what they were doing. Now, if they did that and Israel said, okay, get the hostages back and Hamas needs to go, put your weapons down, get the hostages back, and if at that point the war is not over, then I will be in your camp. And I will be saying, yeah, Israel is a fucking beast and they are evil and whatever. But for now, there have been two objectives for this war. And it's get the hostages back, put your weapons down, and then we will figure it out. None of these two things have happened. So yeah, keep killing all of them until you get this objective done. It's fucking war, and it shouldn't be a tie.
Right, but the problem is that the Gaza Strip is not a population of 80 million people like Kitover. It's not a state like, Lebanon. It's not none of these things, man. It is a very small patch of land. The reality is they didn't do a ground invasion because the objective was to destroy the structures, the buildings, and make them people leave. And it was never once. Let me make my point. So October 7th was attached, but the reality is that they were funded by he wanted them to uprise.
That's the reality of the situation.
He wanted them to
The Israelis did this to themselves. They paid for it all to do it to themselves.
If I could finish, I don't need to shout. It's because it seems like I'm shouting. I'm not shouting, just John.
It just seems like you're dumb.
Right, and it seems like you're.
It's because the Israelis did this to themselves.
That's definitely an imbecile. No one's voting for you, Congressman. Let's remember that. So,
No one's voting for you either, Aziz.
Stop it.
Guys, we can disagree. I disagree with what Issa said, and I didn't cut her off. I let her finish. And I.
Oh, because how do you yell when you try?
Right, because this,
And I was addressing her point about it's a war and there's certainly a time.
Right, so this is the problem. When we call it a war, again, I said it's not a nation of 80,000 people. It's in comparison to the Israeli military and their allies, this is an insignificant military. This is a military group. They're just insignificant.
Well, then for more reason, Aziz, when you know that you're weak and you know that you don't have the same capabilities and you know that you're smaller, then you don't go and fucking poke the bit.
Yes, you do.
You don't do.
That's what you do.
Well, then expect the mayor to win.
But Aziz, how can you say that and then say, well, there's women and children dying, how can this be?
Because I'll explain why. The only terrorist organization. That's why.
Well,
You have to
how
be
can
the
you
good guy.
how can
That's
you
right. And you at least
It's all up to the Israelis.
you know, at least try.
acting like the good guys. They are acting like the good guys. They are defending their
It's a
people.
terrible impression of the good guys.
They are actually acting like the good guys. They are, hold on, Simon. They
No,
are
everyone
defending,
knows because
they
they live
are,
in
hold on, I said. They are defending their people and they're fighting for the right values. Very the opposite of what Hamas is doing, that they're putting their people in danger.
Listen. The problem is every time you try to weigh out the morals of the Israeli military,
It is
You realize you're on the sides of kidnappers, murderers, and rapists, and realize you
right.
love the crime.
Okay, so when you're trying to establish whether the Israeli military are being moral or not, or being efficient or appropriate in the way they conduct themselves, you keep bringing this.
Everyone
One
should
second.
be moral.
One second.
That is the nature of the word.
You keep bringing up a terrorist organization, right, as the yardstick for how moral we should act. It's fucking ridiculous.
Nobody.
Oh,
Look at me! Look at me! I'm the mayor now.
A long time ago that wrote a bunch of these laws on rock and posted it. So as noticed throughout the video, there were rocks everywhere telling you, guess what? Murder not permitted here.
oh my God.
The yardstick for whether the actions are moral or not, okay, and the justifications that they're trying to the justification that they're saying is we're going to protect the rights of our citizens. You know, Hamas does not protect the rights of their citizens, and in the Fed, the IDF is directly protecting the rights of Israeli citizens by doing exactly what they're doing, not just right now, but for the next 5, 10, 50, 20 years. Now, in my opinion, you know, negotiating with terrorists like they've done for the last fucking 2 years by not going in and completely obliterating them,
It's like
okay, is going to cause short-term, long-term economic harm. Not to mention the fact that, you know, if there is going to be a next October 7th or whatever it might be, they're going to say to themselves, yeah, well, now we can just take hostages and and we can keep up this fight for God knows how long, as long as we have some fucking crazy bastard willing to fund it. Okay?
Right, but the thing is, you're comfortable to ascertain that based on their behavior. Why can the rest of the world not ascertain Israel's behavior based on the way that they conducted themselves? It just doesn't.
Because the rest of the world, the rest of the world has gun
There are
values.
so many people. Can the world not simply say?
Because the rest of the world
But
is
it's not about.
But this is the thing.
Your citizen.
What if I
Israel is in a specific
Okay,
position.
let's just cut everyone off. Let's just speak at the same time, shall we?
Aziz, you're making
The
a
rest of the
salient
world
points.
doesn't have a say on what a country has to do.
Well, I mean, I don't know why we bring this back to numbers all the time, though. That's my only thing.
It's not purely numbers. It's not purely
I mean,
numbers.
you just mentioned it's like the number of people
But
dying.
Simon, it's hard to deny that the way that Israel has conducted themselves, if it's just purely optics, so you can say the objective is sound and moral and
Yes.
fair, and you can say that all of those things, but the reality is that the way in which they went about it, and maybe they were lured into killing them, maybe they were, maybe, you know, Hamas are diabolically evil and they can...
You just don't like the way that people are dying.
Maybe, one second.
You're disputing life and death itself.
Just let me shut the fuck up.
That's
Yeah, but even if it's just they've been baited into behaving in such a manner, the reality is that that is the objective outcome, and so this is that something that people can look at Israel and say, well, what happened there? And yes, they may have an excuse for each and every instance, but the reality is it is, you know, from optics alone. Let's just use optics. The visuals of what we're seeing does not sit right. That's why Britain has pivoted away.
It doesn't sit right with
Well,
resources.
Britain is a completely different animal right now.
Spain as well. France, what about France?
France is a fucking failed state. UK is a failed state. The European states
So
are
America.
moral garbage.
Yeah, during COVID, the people that refused to take the vaccine or they refused to use a mask, it's like, oh, the optics of it is not good because it might look like you want to contaminate people. Who gives a shit about the optics of this? You need to act always logically and morally, regardless of what it looks like.
But let me tell you why.
tell you how I evaluate this. Let me, everybody likes to talk numbers and then, the numbers, like, Israel got 20,000 people dead versus 1,200 people dead, and now it keeps rising. I don't care about numbers. My opinion, what actions are Israel is the IDF actually taking, and I judge that action. If you tell me, listen, Simon, military commanders have told Israeli soldiers to go out and just blast kids in the head. Go in, completely, like, no military target in mind, doesn't matter who's there, go in, blast their brains in, no problem. I'm with you. That's completely immoral. I hope that they first. But the reality is that the military commanders are saying, listen, we're going to identify military targets, and once we execute the action, if we get our target and there's people who die, that's the nature of it. I'm sorry, that is the reality.
Do whatever I want, and I'll take it. Impossible to catch.
That is reality. It is what it is. And
God was a
independent
villain.
of how I feel about it. Now, if you're going to tell me that there's logging bombs,
You want me back in now?
logging bombs, I'm with
No,
you.
thank you.
But the fact is, they're not really that considered legitimate military targets that they're hitting, and that's why. That's yeah, but the amount of people are dying.
I'm not going to talk about the amount. I want to talk about one second. I want to ask you what our...
All right, Slater, I'll go quietly. Hell, you will.
The reality of the situation is that what you're saying is that if you have an objective that is now, then the way in which you accomplish it doesn't really matter. You know, if your objective is sound, and that is simply not the rules of engagement, and these are not followed.
This is what I call a black
Let me ask a simple question. We just and I disagree with it, but I look at
Jack? It's got the tickets!
I don't
It's everything! It's magic! See? That's my world! He's going over to my world! The door must still be open! Come on!
I'm not worried that you're crazy, Papa. I'm worried that you're right. If I go, how do I get back?
You can't go through life nitpicking every little thing! Now come on!
Yeah, so eliminating the current organization
Are you still here?
Are you sure about that?
It doesn't address my point. I said it doesn't matter about the objective, it's about the way you conduct it.
There's no time, come on. New York.
Jack, it all makes sense. No, actually makes absolutely no sense. Well, I'll try to explain to you. Look, things look different.
Here's another storage ring. Come to one room. Safe airbag. Check your cap, no airbag.
Yeah, yeah. So
Okay, just make sure they're dead.
You break the thing.
Just check.
yeah, look.
They are 100% dead. Look at Die Hard. The guy's hanging there by his neck, and at the end of the movie, he goes back.
You've been coordinating with or tracking diseases.
I think he's got a picture of us.
I care about innocent people in general. I don't care what's happening. That's the difference between us. You understand?
It's not.
That is the difference.
Maybe it's on all the time now.
On the stage, don't care about innocent life.
Yeah, I do feel like that, yes.
I'm sure you do.
I do feel like that. I genuinely.
I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna say this straight, like, there's nobody, in general, unless you're like some, like, ideologically subverted, horrible, black-pilled human being, which literally no one on the stage is, okay? Nobody is gonna
Apart
say,
from the
yeah,
Muslims,
the best.
obviously the Muslims,
No.
right?
No, I'm not even gonna say that. I'm not even
Those
gonna
are the bad guys, remember? Let's not lose sight of what's going
Oh
on.
my God, just
No,
like
again.
it says.
No, again, unless you're like something insane.
Go 1.4 speed.
Okay, unless you're like some black-pilled, horrible human being, okay, no one on this stage is gonna say, yeah, we don't really care about innocent people dying. Nobody. Like, that's just the reality. Like,
And
very
speak
few
for yourself,
people
I'll say.
on Facebook. Yeah, okay, well, fuck you. What? Anyways, my point is that when it comes to innocent life, okay, people like to just throw that word around as if it's just equal everywhere. Like, the context is that if your government, your literal representatives, go into a sovereign country, attack and murder people, they forfeit the rights of their own citizens. That means there is no such concept as innocent life.
Right, but
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
No, your government is your direct
I have to stop you.
Forget the philosophy about it, Simon. Forget the philosophy about it. That's just not.
Don't criticize this God.
I have to stop you, Simon. I have to stop you there. I'm sorry, but there is always innocent people. There's always innocent people. And so this is the thing. When you're a capable military and you have a capable military campaign, you address those concerns. You do damage reduction, whatever. You kind of look at the situation and you say, listen, the reality is we are significantly more capable than these guys militarily speaking. And so we can do an operation via drone, via night vision, heat vision, ground invasion.
And that's what they've been doing at this.
Just something better than going roads
So
and
you just
for
think that because someone is stronger than the other one, they should allow the little one to do whatever the hell they want with them?
I didn't say that. I said
I'm saying they should do.
The innocent people, Daddy!
What they are, they are.
What would be best?
Innocent people.
I'm sorry, Lisa.
Doesn't have the capacity to make things worse in Gaza?
Lisa, what you don't understand is, right, I have seen rows of homes, and it's almost like, hold up, so all of the terrorists live like as neighbors in a row, and then they do the next house, and they move to the house behind them? How does this work? Like, I'm sorry, what I'm seeing is not conducive with a military campaign that is precise and trying to address an issue. It's more, it just looks very...
Do you understand, Aziz? Do you understand urban warfare? Do you understand urban warfare?
Yes.
And the complications of fighting a guerrilla enemy who hides behind civilians.
Yes.
So it's not changing. So how would you suspect, after decades of underestimating Hamas, that the Israeli military would be prepared to do an attack like the Beavers, or like how they attacked Iran, built a Mossad drone plant? Like I think like the reality that you're looking at is not the same as the rest of us.
Look, the way they conducted themselves in Iran, the way they conducted themselves when it comes to Hezbollah, it's significant. It just shows like a military capability that we
Aziz!
Planned for decades.
Aziz,
understand there has not been planning the same way that there's been planning against Hezbollah and Iran. You know why? Hezbollah and Iran are existential threats to the existence of Israel. Hamas is not.
Right, so this is essentially just an overextension of a rage based on the way that they attacked them on October 7th, right? This is just rage manifesting itself. It's just there's no existential threat of Hamas.
It's a supernova!
And they told us that we are going to get them back. You're so stupid. Wasn't October 7th just a natural phenomenon of rage?
No, I'm not saying it was. I'm saying I
It
condemn
was a tragedy!
that this is
But that's what we keep hearing as these. But that's what we keep hearing as these. It's the natural reaction to decades of occupation. So give me a fucking break.
right, but it's and I no, but I agree with that. I'm not saying I don't justify it.
Do you know that you contradict yourself every second sentence you say? Do you know that? Do you know this?
Wait, Caleb, there's a difference between understanding something and justifying. If I study psychopaths and psychiatrists, doesn't mean I accept them wanting to do.
Look at me! I'm the mayor now!
It's an analogy.
He's just having a broken mind. Analogy is the worst form of argument.
Listen, if you guys can't see the level of barbarism we're seeing, I just can't help it.
See, which one is it? You must listen or look?
We are seeing it. It's just it's not we're not talking about the same building. That's the difference. Like
Is your goal? It seems like your goal is to simply demonize Israel and not actually stop the war. All you want to do is say Israel bad, Israel bad. How about let's try to stop the war? I don't think pointing out the barbarism or using fancy words like genocide or ethnic cleansing does anything to do help the Palestinians, and it does only about delegitimizing Israel.
Well, that's not true. You know, I would apply this same judgment and ruling to if it was the Palestinians doing this. And then you can say, oh, well, you wouldn't. But I would sit here.
No, you wouldn't.
You can say, oh, you're anti-Islamic. How could you
So
say
I
that?
want you to call. So every time I hear you speak, I want you to say first, release the hostages. Hamas should release the hostages.
Yeah, they should. I think I agree. They should.
Every time you speak on this topic, I expect to hear you say that.
In fact, it's actually anti-Islamic to keep hostages. If you do research.
So I expect to.
It's anti-Islamic to keep hostages, then what are they keeping all the hostages for?
Every time you talk about this, I expect you to advocate for the
Right.
release of the
I
hostages.
am not one of those people that has like an underlying, support for like some kind of agenda, and then that's why I'm saying this. And then there's like,
Hamas is
I'm not
committing war crimes by taking hostages.
right, and I condemn Hamas. I condemn the idea. I condemn them both. You can't do that.
Release the hostages.
I just want to make sure when you say you're condemning the idea.
But this is
Like,
the problem.
what actions from the idea are you condemning?
It always comes down to a terrorist attack that happened 2 years ago, and then we can just simply not discuss anything apart from that.
No, but I'm asking what actions specifically from the IDF are you condemning?
So, mainly the snipering of the children, the burying of the aid workers, 147 journalists that were killed, the fact that they don't allow foreign journalists to enter. The list goes on. It's not about the bombing alone, right? If you target the terrorists, like it's just so many things.
Okay, well we could take it case by case. I mean, like for example, like
The aid workers. Can we talk about the aid workers?
So let's start with the first thing you mentioned.
No. It's not about. There's no order to this. I want to talk about the aid workers. That is
Talk about the first thing you mentioned.
No, that's the most total of my points.
all right. We can cross that off the list now.
Wait, what was the lie?
The sniping.
No, that's a fact. There's a video.
No video on it.
Yes, there is. I can find you the video right now.
Okay, wait. Hold on. Okay, let's take the sniper because I mean, like, that's extremely blatant apparently.
Right.
So I don't know anything about the sniper. I mean, I've heard about like a child being sniped. Okay. Is the person being sniped being prosecuted?
There's no public trial or prosecution that we can access. There's nothing that suggests that they've been prosecuted.
So
Literally. Let's go to the next one.
no, hold on. What's the source?
Right. So I'm gonna find the video, of a child with his grandmother, right? That's just a video, so this is a bit of emotion baiting, I guess, right? That's what you guys can call it. I'll send the video, and then you can try and show me how you conducted yourself in response to that event. Who was charged and what happened? Okay?
I'm simply asking simply just because if there's an Israeli soldier who shot a child, and like I said earlier, that I hold the same standard for everything. If for fun he just ended up sniping an Israeli a Palestinian child for fun, he should absolutely get tried. And I would hope that Israel, some court or not even the court, the military court would try him for war crimes, and I would expect it to happen. And I would expect it to happen.
And I agree, Simon. I'm with you completely. I think that's the way everybody should be, you know. And I just haven't heard that. So that's what I mean. I just haven't seen that. I haven't heard that. Where am I meant to look? Which direction do I look to see them holding themselves accountable? Because I don't know which direction to look.
Well, I mean, but Israel
Well, yeah,
has a
because you need to demonstrate that it actually
does have a
happened,
track
and it's
record
not
of
something.
trying their soldiers for war crimes, though, so it's not.
Okay, can we
First,
at
you
least
prove that it
agree?
actually happened.
Can we at least agree that these things are happening? Like, at least a common has to be realistic. These things are
Dude,
happening.
I don't know if it's happening. Where is it? Where's the evidence that that
Lisa,
happened?
do you want me to show you some of the most grotesque videos?
I am not going to watch it.
I should show you videos. That's what my
There must be some documents, there must be some reporting,
It's a
there
violation
must be
of the
something.
UCM.
Don't speak over here, you're going back to
So let me handle it.
No, it's not letting me handle it.
I
You
got
can't
it.
speak over me. You can talk, but not over me.
I mean,
No, you can talk, but not over me.
please, just
No, not
just
me.
hold on a
You
second.
will. You're wasting time fighting with me. You're wasting time fighting with me. Aziz, if it happened, it has to be a reporting. There has to be some documentation. There has to be something. Where
Yeah,
is
so
it? Now you can talk.
Right, so
Okay,
what I'll do
so this is the deal, Aziz.
One second.
If a
One
member
second.
of the United States military
You asked me a
is
question.
committed to war crimes, they are held accountable under the UCMJ. It's not Israel's responsibility to let you know about anything having to do with their own internal judicial systems, especially with respect to crimes that are committed by members of its military. That's handled within the state of Israel under the IDF. It's very similar, I think, if not identical, to how crimes of this nature are prosecuted under the UCMJ, the United States Code of Military Justice. So just know that it's being prosecuted. If somebody kills a civilian in the IDF, they're going to be held accountable. And, you know, that's just it. Period.
Right, so what you're saying is, right, we are aware of the scale of war crimes because they're being investigated, is what you're saying. Because for me, it seems that there is a high level of war crime. But essentially, what you're arguing is that we're not aware, being made aware of it, but the Israeli government are aware of it.
Let's just make things up and project all types of imaginations.
We're saying that there are war crimes committed. Okay, Israel has the past of convicting soldiers who have committed war crimes under their legal framework. Of course.
Aziz, there will for sure be independent inquiry both into the failures of October 7th and into the administration of the war. The war is still going on. There will be an inquiry because that's what Israel does time and time again. Because they have a sophisticated, modern, Western judicial system that is self-critical.
That's debatable.
Yeah, you're debatable.
That's debatable. Why there's protests in the Strait of Israel.
This was the best opposing speaker for this topic. Why are you always returning to discussing this with me? It's the same title as the past 100 years. It's totally retarded.
One example of this, Aziz, is remember when that scandal came out about the raping in the jails or in prisons or whatever in Israel? That came actually from the government of Israel, they were addressing it. That was not a leak. That was not some fucking Palestinian inside of jail that had a phone in his hand and leaked a video. That was actually coming from the Israel government. They were addressing what was happening. In the end, it wasn't a rape, but those were the allegations. So yeah, Israel takes care of these things, just like every other country processes their own crimes.
Right, but this is the issue. You're saying that these will be investigated, but currently we're in the fog of war. But the reality is this is like an endless war. So when will they be held accountable? If there's always something to address, you know, when do we round up the figures and say, okay, well, this is what we do? It doesn't happen because it's
You should be asking for Hamas to give back the hostages and to put their weapons down, and then maybe the war ends.
Right, but it doesn't end. Like this, you know, that's very naive. I'm sorry, Issa. I don't know how new you are to this conflict, but this isn't how it works. Like, I'm sorry, but
Nobody is more naive than you, you little 20-year-old.
Thank you, Caleb. I appreciate that. Thank you.
You are so uninformed and motivated here. You really
I'm driven. I'm very driven by one objective thing.
You really don't know anything about Israeli society or how Israeli society functions. You think you are just a sheep in this broad pro-Hamas, even I would call it anti-Palestinian movement, because none of what you all are doing in your protests around the world and your intifada revolution, none of it helps Palestinian children stop from dying. None of it. You do not care about Palestinian children. You care about demonizing Israel, full stop.
Period.
But that's just not like the reality of the situation.
Right, the thing is, the truth is this, right? My opinion is being shared by people in Israel. So I'm not an individual and just a sole point. There's people on the streets in Israel that echo my sentiment.
Just because there are other morons in the world that think like you, just
Right, and I think there's
right.
morons like you.
That doesn't make right. That doesn't make it right.
Wait, let's test this out. And what are they saying at the protests every week in Israel, Aziz?
Right. Well, it varies. You know, sometimes they feel like they're having their civil liberties taken from them due to political reform.
False. That's not happening right now. False.
Well, did they not hit the streets to reject political reform? Did they not hit the streets?
That was before the war, you fucking moron.
I don't care when it was. This is a long time.
It's happening right now.
I'm sorry.
The protests that are happening right now are not primarily focused on the judicial reform.
I'm not talking about right now. Some of us are aware of these concepts.
You're talking about right now. You mentioned the protests right now, and then there's.
Oh my God. For you guys, it's October 7th.
So what are they saying?
Right. For you guys, October 7th is right now.
Listen,
But
can
right
you address my actual question?
You're asking me.
Because I've been to the protests, have you?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so I've been to the
Barely guilty green beans to continue the song, but never ends with disease and
So
waste
you
of
don't know
time.
what they're saying there.
Right. Elon Musk hasn't been to Mars, Caleb. Like, what's your point?
Oh, you are such a moron. Holy shit.
Right. I don't understand what you're trying to say.
I thought it was a joke. I'm not trying to make fun of you, but this is just like the Kamala thing. And I haven't been to Europe.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is the Palestinian brain. I mean, it's just
It's a
amazing.
you problem if you are speaking with Aziz and
Every
listening to Aziz
every
and the
time you speak to a
non-speakers.
Palestinian, the reasoning is exactly the same. It goes the same way. There must be something in their brain.
You just say you hate Muslims, so you
What?
don't pretend.
Is that what I said?
Nobody's saying that.
You hate Muslims.
Nobody's saying that.
So why did you pretend
Is
it?
that what I said?
I'm not pretending.
Me
I'm not
are
pretending.
very clear on this. No, we're showing that you're an idiot. When I'm
He
saying
hates Muslims.
Just because I'm calling you an idiot doesn't mean that I hate all the Muslims. I just think you are an idiot.
I don't hate Jews, you hate Muslims, right? So this is the
I don't
reality.
hate Muslims. I have Muslim friends. I hate Islam. I hate
I'm
Islam.
not pretending. Projection number
You
one.
hate Muslims, you say the
No,
word
I hate
Muslim.
Islam.
Look at I say the word. No,
Well, no, when
I hate Islam. I dislike Islam.
and Muslims, she said it to me.
now that you have no point, you're trying to talk about.
No, because what I'm trying to do is establish why we're not being rejected.
Wait a second.
What?
You have no point. You
I
literally
have
have
no
no point. No, I mean,
continue speaking with somebody that's got no points? What are we doing here? This is madness.
I don't agree with Kitover.
Where did he go?
I think we can all agree he's annoying.
I hope you're down his voice is giving him like.
Yeah, John, don't speak like
It's a
that.
troll
You're
voice.
an intelligent guy. Like, I hate that when he does that.
He's such a bad.
He can be
Because he is
so pleasant when
deserved.
I cannot invite him back. Somebody bring him up. He is so pleasant when he speaks.
Tell him not to talk like that so we can actually hear the minimum
Yeah,
of what he has to say.
Just integrate, Congressman. You're not gonna go.
The point is, I'm trying to break up your conversation because this is a song that will never end. Aziz is a low IQ moron. How long will you play this game? It's a you problem.
Preventing the integration of people who are even Muslim people into mainstream Western societies by making sufficient arguments and outright lies that other people hate and projecting. You're actually delaying the progress of society. You're contributing to the world by taking this.
So who's
excuse me, by contributing to this delusion, these fake points, you're contributing to the continuation of the war and the death of innocents with your
Right.
life.
So it's my fault now.
Well, and
Your
I think
fault.
your standard.
Your
So I think
That's
it's
a
not,
good take
it's
on
not
that.
directly your fault. It's not directly your fault, but the people who sanction this type of like nonsense fuels this type of conflict. So I'm not saying that you're directly responsible.
Super Clubhouse group of Universal
like,
Friends has
the
been
actual
formed.
kids themselves, but to sanction like
Last step is to kick
what's
Aziz.
going on, like, and, you know, when you say stuff like, I believe, like when people ask you to condemn, I believe that, like, you know, that Israel have every right and like that be big. And when it comes to, like, you know, these types of conflicts,
Finish one sentence.
when you sanction,
Last step is to
evil,
ask Aziz to
evil,
listen or to
you know,
move to the
continues,
go.
and, you know, sanctioning this type of stuff.
I can't believe you guys are talking about this.
Why does Simon sound so weird?
What he does is he makes the
He's
resolution. He makes the resolution by sharing ideas and possible, and then the only possible solution is violence.
I mean, why should you guys keep talking about the same thing? Every damn day, the same damn thing. Well, don't
It's
you
the
have,
question of our age, Randy.
well, I'm just wondering, don't you have new things to talk about? Like, for example, Epstein did nothing wrong, and it turned out to be a Democrat hoax. Like, why?
Now you're trying to change the subject. Guys, you're talking here.
Nigga, ain't nobody gives two damn shits about your Israel shit.
Well, we do.
But if you
Yeah,
guys,
we are talking about it. If you don't like it,
Yeah.
no
then you
conversation.
can eat my ass. You can eat my ass.
Now what?
Well, I'm just trying to tell you, like, Epstein did nothing wrong, and it's a Democrat hoax, and you guys are.
You're trying to correct it.
Well, you're built
You
on
are a host.
No, so you've been talking about the same thing for 2 years every day.
So what? Yes.
I'm just saying it's time to
So
update
are
the
you
freaking
gonna
software.
Report Randy from Canada back to Lebanon.
Well, that's what we're doing. Let us talk about what we want.
All I'm saying is that maybe it's time to update the
Well, we
software.
don't want to.
Well, you don't have to, but it's just outdated.
Maybe we are outdated.
I think we should just move on from.
Alright, good.
Denaturalize Randy and send back to Jordan.
Thank you for your opinion, Robert.
Thank you for your service, anyway.
Thank you. I just want to say, by the way, I also feel that Norman made a great point. I'm contributing to what we're seeing. I also feel that you guys are contributing to what we're seeing. You know, I feel
You mean coming on a social audio chit chat app debating is contributing to the genocide?
You know, I can do an American accent as well. You can do like anything, you know what I mean?
Now you're getting offended because of the accent.
I'm just wondering
No,
why
it's
you
just really
guys
bad.
want to
It's just
talk
really
about
bad.
Epstein.
I think, you know, one side of a low
Because
IQ
we
is
already
being
did.
into accents for.
Already talked about, and what conclusion did you guys come to?
No.
He said that he was not part of the Mossad. And that's very
Of course he is.
Oh, Epstein. Oh, was it
Yeah.
about me? Oh,
He did nothing.
he did. He was probably just a great man, I guess. He was all going to run with.
Can I say like a thing that I feel a little guilty about? When I see that
deposition that he gives when the one where he walks away after asking him about the egg-shaped penis. Just the way that he has that polo shirt and the way he puts on those reading glasses, I just even think the guy looks fool as shit. He just looks like a badass motherfucker.
He is a badass.
So if they've come out and they said that he's done nothing wrong, Diego, did they say that he was just like wrongfully in prison? Like he was like this was like politically motivated? Like what have they said anything differently then? If they said that this man was innocent?
No, they haven't said anything about it.
No, they haven't said that he's innocent. They just have said that they haven't found anything on him.
It's a Democrat hoax, Keegan.
Well, what about Giswell, Maxwell? What's her name?
She's in jail. Guilty admission is that I think she's pretty hot.
She's in prison for no reason. She's like Diddy.
Everybody knows he's an intelligence. He was an intelligence asset. I think it's pretty common knowledge at this point.
Where's the evidence of it?
Okay, well, are you mad that a Jew happened to have a pedophile island?
Keegan, do
What do you mean you?
you know how they started the
I don't think Norm owns the island. Do you, Norm? I didn't know this from you.
But why is the normal trying to defend whether or not he was part of intelligence?
He was part of it, and if people hadn't spent the last part of 2 millennia trying to kill Jews, maybe they wouldn't have an incentive in collecting this kind of information to protect themselves.
Who is this idiot?
This seemed to trigger a lot of people. I don't know why. If you were surrounded.
Hey, I mean, you can go grab little boy ass cheeks. Don't you want
You see, even if you think you're right and you're accurately describing the situation, you're still stuck here in a social audio chat app picking your toes in Poughkeepsie. So what the fuck are you gonna do about it, you fucking strokers?
Everybody knows he was fucking killed if it wasn't for this 20-year war. It's your fault.
Fuck you gonna do about it, you fucking strokers?
My friend used that on his wife when he came back from G. So this is almost like
Man, if it wasn't for this war on terror, I would have fucked your sister.
Anyway, there's nothing wrong with fucking little kids. Granted, there's nothing wrong, so you can go for it too.
I think you should get on record with that comment.
Well, were they Jewish kids or were they Goyim kids?
No,
Here we go.
They can't be just.
We'll get to the nitty-gritty.
It's a Democrat folks. Stop thinking about it.
Here we go. Well, in the case of Donald Trump, it was, right, his daughter, Donald Trump, and then she got married to Harry Kushner. Then he said that she's Jewish. I don't mean like she converted, I mean like she was always Jewish. Ivanka.
Because of Ivana.
Yeah.
Why is that relevant?
We're all Jewish.
Why is that relevant?
Ivana's not Jewish.
Well, the question was, did he have Jewish children or did he have Christian children? For breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And I think the answer is both. He had both.
Doesn't matter. I mean, you have people who hate Trump who will suddenly agree with Trump that Epstein did nothing wrong just because he's a Jew. And I'm just wondering, how does it work with you guys? I'm really wondering how
Well, he only converted in 2018, Randy.
Yeah, but I just have you know that the Jews are the biggest monolith when it comes to politics, and they are hard.
How? That's ridiculous. You have, like, for example,
Well, I trust in math.
Caleb is actually the Jews have a lot of leftists.
Go look inside your shoes, Rabbi. You think there's a Jew hidden in your shoe? You guys are fucking Jewish derangement syndrome psychopaths and low IQ morons.
Yes, they are the biggest. Okay, I'm not saying they're not leftists, but that's not what I said. I'm saying they're the biggest monolith Democrat. More than 90% of them vote Democrat. Now suddenly,
It's not so much 90%.
That's fact, son. That's fact. Hey, I was like,
It's not so much 90% anymore. It's about
Habibi, how much? You look it up, Habibi.
It's about 68, 70%.
Right, it's like I'm talking to black children.
That's racist.
That's crazy. Guys, we have to agree though, like a pedophile island is pretty nefarious, even for like intelligence organization. You just come on.
A paedophile island? Are you talking about United Kingdom and London, where fucking Prince Andrew and your pedophile king and Lord Mountbatten used to dump little bodies off the back of boats and drink the adrenochrome?
Why are you triggering? I'm just saying, like, we have to kind of look at that and say, you know, even for like intelligence purposes, is that really necessary?
Well, maybe your Islam can conquer the pedophile islands one day and reconvert them back to pedophile islands.
Have you heard my friend's opinion on it?
We want to make the argument though that like, okay, like this was a intelligence agency, that he was a part of an intelligence agency, and this was like their way of blackmailing or like putting a honeypot onto individuals. Underage children to do so is horrendous. These people should be not even just locked up. I think we should lynch them. I think we should bring like lynch them.
Show us the evidence that ever
You gonna lynch P. Diddy?
Keegan, the last time you lynched a pedophile, the ADL was created. I'm just letting you know. I gotta go to actual shit. So waste time talking to you motherfuckers about a dead guy for 4 years. I'll see you guys later.
Good.
Guys, I'm just saying, like, getting Max was in jail for it, like, it's not a secret, right?
Yeah, why can't we get Ghislaine out of prison, get her on Joe Rogan, have her live for 3 hours, and be done with it?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
But why can't
It would be a good idea.
What you don't get is why can't you stop coming to a social audio chit chat app to sit here to get dopamine to talk about nothing all day long? What a fucking waste of time. I gotta go study for my CFA and get out of here.
Able to make his point.
Hey, man, I love my country, man. As long as my
It's all your country.
every now and again, they gonna fuck some kids, but man, I
It's all
love
your
America.
country. It's the country of your parents, right?
Man, my pastor said we're gonna love Israel. So if they wanna fuck some kids, man, that ain't my problem.
Sounds like boom hour.
What do you, Aziz, what do you think about denaturalizing 60,000 Somalis in Minnesota and sending them back to Somaliland?
Goddamn, I love America.
We're not doing that this time. We gotta do more. Denaturalizing
Well, they're running now for government in Minnesota.
They already control the government.
Minnesota, yeah.
They control the whole thing. It's Somaliland over there.
So guys, the pedophile island, are we gonna move on from the pedophile island thing, or?
Aziz, what are you doing with your personal life? How long do you think you'll come on social audio chit chat apps to have never-ending conversations?
Yeah, Congress, what do you do?
Yeah, I'm running for Congress in the 16th District of Illinois. Go to voteforjohn.com.
So why you
Good luck with that.
Yeah, my life is actually going, swimmingly along. It's flowing. I mean, I can't believe you come here to talk endlessly. I sit here every day just in disbelief that it's the same people talking all the time. And I'm sitting there live streaming this to YouTube. It's working out pretty good. I'm creating great videos. I mean, I'm a video director, producer. El Normo is a consultant in the campaign to elect John Kitover.
But you know the exact same thing.
I know, it's like I keep recording the same conversation over and over again. It's getting insane.
Exactly. So why do you keep doing it?
I don't know, because
Something's gonna be different next time.
no, I don't know. I just find it amazing that I can even do what I'm doing. That the bandwidth is there, YouTube is there, you guys are there. It's like, how is all this even happening?
So why do you think that by telling us that we're wasting our time?
He has not
That
even
you
moved on. He has not even moved on from the time Diego walked away from him. And I mean, when they met, do you think he's gonna move on from Clubhouse?
He walked away from me.
Listen, he didn't even get out of his car to shake my hand. He's a fat, slimy, dandruff, Nazi, Jewish-hating loser with a jalopy, a depressed wife, and 2 kids who are robots.
Is he actually fat?
Go ahead, Pat. Post the dad bod, Diego. Update the PTR for once in your life, and let's see what the dad bod's doing.
Give a fat. You sound fat.
No, wait. Is it the one that we watched for Diego? Rainbow, Minnesota. Who the fuck is this guy? It's not in your gym. It's a fire. We know what Emma looks like.
Yeah, you can watch me.
You know what I look like? I look like a nature hero. I look like a superhero created from the earth.
Yeah, I had to defriend you on Instagram.
I'm sorry.
Why did you define me on Instagram?
Because you're a catfish, Issa.
No one damn
But let's give it up to Issa for creating some of the best super clubhouse, super rooms, and super friends of all time.
Don't say that because you don't have me.
You're the catalyst and the linchpin, Issa.
Let's go.
Without you, nobody would gather here if it wasn't for you, Issa. So mazel tov.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't when it comes to this shit if it wasn't for me.
It's the cornucopia. It's the spice of diversity. We have a voice for every representative party here. Don't you all agree?
He said, did you see this whole thing with Lauren Southern?
No.
Apparently, Andrew Tate gave her herpes.
Oh, wow. No, I don't follow anything. I just watch
Which is-
it, but who is she?
Lauren Southern? You don't know who Lauren Southern is? She was huge. She was like going on a book tour with Stefan Molyneux. She's a huge, like,
What does she do?
she's like a blogger. She's like a famous,
And why
you
should I know
know,
who
she's
she is?
against the migrant Muslim crisis in Europe. She has the greatest troll of all time. She got in a fight in Canada with a transgender, and the guy said, "You're a cisgender white female," and then she pulled out her driver's license, and she said, "Actually, I'm a man," and she showed him. In Canada, I guess you could just say whatever gender you are, but you want to have there, and they'll give it to
She's
you.
a troll?
Yeah, she's a very attractive woman.
Is an enormous.
She's about 30 years old now. And she disappeared for a couple of years after Andrew gave her herpes. Well, she says that Andrew raped her in a hotel room. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, it's huge because Andrew was hitting her and Michaela Peterson at the same time. And Michaela has herpes too. Remember that whole thing where she posted the picture of her? Yes. I know, it's kind of scandalous. It's kind of crazy. Look her up. It's Lauren Southern.
What?
Michaela Peterson posted a picture of her to show that she had a giant list of medical medications that she takes. Because you know how she's always saying, I'm super sick and I can only eat meat and the whole thing. And someone like took a screenshot of it and found that she was taking Valtrex or something like that.
And that's for herpes.
Yeah. And it was right when remember when she posted that photo with Andrew Tate?
Mm-hmm. That I remember.
Yeah.
What's wrong with herpes, though?
Oh, nothing's wrong with it, dude. Go ahead and spread it.
Go ahead.
Ain't nothing wrong with it.
You have herpes, you're going to degenerate, you know?
Ain't nothing wrong with spreading it. But what's incredible though is that, you know, all these right-wing women, you know, hate, like, they supposedly hate Andrew Tate, but they're all sleeping with him, which is awesome. You know, they're like, I don't get it. Literally.
This is what I mean. There's no such thing as a real liberal woman. As long as the man is rich and strong enough, she will love you forever. That's a fact.
I'm pretty impressed by him. I mean, I honestly, like, Michaela is kind of, you can tell she's kind of a hoe. Because she's always posting pictures like,
I've
you know,
always thought that she was kind of.
but Lauren Southern, if you followed her, she's not. She's not. Like, she doesn't give off whole vibes.
So how she came about it? Why did she talk about it?
Why do you think wholesome acting girl can't also be a hoe?
No, I mean, well, that's kind of the, you know, it's like your naive self when you're a younger man. You think, oh, I'm in love with this girl, and she's not like the other ones, and then you
find out later that she slept with like the alpha male. And yeah, it's just a reminder. No, I'm impressed.
Do you think that like a woman that is like petite or demure or traditional would not also just act like a hoe? Like she could also do that.
I know. Now I assume it, but now I know more than I did back then. Now it's just an automatic assumption until proven otherwise. Like Issa, I love you, but I assume that when you're not on the app, Issa, that someone's putting it to you, good in Switzerland.
Diego, are you projecting? And are you in an open marriage with that Nazi bride of yours?
Diego, but you're saying that you have basically updated your definition of the word woman to be baseline synonymous with your definition for hoe?
Yeah, that's how I think about it.
100%.
Yeah. Yes.
100% the man says.
Yes.
Okay.
I assume it doesn't matter whether she's got a ring on her finger or she's with her parents on vacation.
You would think that all women are actively.
The door can't be opened,
Yeah, 100%. I think so.
Robert,
Okay.
hey Robert, when you were servicing the Bitcoin machines, did you ever hook up with any hot Latinas doing laundry in the laundromats?
Maybe I did. Anyway, so Lawrence Southern, good friends with Luke Rudowski, good friends with Stefan Molyneux. Stefan Molyneux?
Yeah, apparently he was Simon for a long time.
He was into the race. He was always putting race statistics up back in the day before he got banned.
Diego, didn't the Groypers kind of pin him?
Adopt him.
No, I think his wife was apparently Jewish, but I'm not sure if that's true.
His wife was definitely well connected in Canada.
Can't people just be in love? Does somebody's racial affinity or, why does this word Jew come up all the time in describing a human being? I'm very confused.
It's a coincidence, dude. You should pay no attention to it. It's a coincidence.
Just ignore the word Jew for the rest of my life. Okay, sure. I'm sure you will too, Diego.
Yeah. Don't try to draw connections where there are none. I mean, they just happen to be that, and someone mentioned it, but.
So if you think Stefan Molyneux and Luke Rudkowski, 9/11 Truth and Silverstein and blowing up of the World Trade Centers, I mean, Diego, who do you think is secretly controlling the world?
There we go. I like the trust. Remember that interview where the guy said it's not a Presbyterian problem? You remember that?
I mean,
No?
that's true.
No. Yeah.
I just find it fascinating that you guys are thinking about Jews day and night, 24/7.
I mean, whatever.
365 days a week.
No, they're thinking about us and our money, he said.
The Jews.
They think much
Think
about
we're
you.
thinking about you guys?
Our pockets.
Yes.
No, we don't give a shit about you people.
You visualize them empty, don't you?
Why
Why are you so paranoid?
Why was Epstein sending all this to the island?
What does have anything to do with Jewish people in general?
Okay. In general?
Yeah, why should Jewish people feel responsible for Epstein? Do you feel responsible, Diego, for the priest rapists?
For apples? Do you feel responsible for apples, Diego? I mean, he feels.
No, but I just assume those priests are secretly Jewish.
He was asking for it.
Oh, you think the Jews have infiltrated the Catholic diocese, Diego?
I mean, the Pope wears a yarmulke. What else do you want me to say?
I swear to God, I think I'm gonna go to a.
That far to go.
I'm moving to Israel and I'm working with an Israeli biopharmaceutical company, and we are now creating Jewish derangement syndrome antipsychotic medication. I would love for you to come to Tel Aviv to be a test subject, Diego.
Yes.
Yeah, you did know that. That's the song I want, but it's the Jews controlling the Catholic church. In case you didn't know.
It's a conspiracy.
It's all of it. They are responsible for
Isa.
everything.
said that the Swiss are the
They
ones
are
that use.
responsible for some things.
No, the Swiss are the guard of the Swiss are the guard of the Vatican, so I get that they're protecting Jews, right?
The mountain Jews, as we said.
You see?
Exactly. There's all varieties of them everywhere, right? But no.
Did you see what I was telling you about?
The definition I don't want to work. That's a good definition. That's a very good definition. Welcome to Congress.
But besides the Muslims, these are, of course, those we have a problem.
No, I know this.
No, I don't even. I have a problem with Islam.
But I hate to interrupt, but I want to mention that one of the YouTube comments was, "This is the definition of I don't want to work," and I said, "Welcome to Congress."
He's not so like the Muslims in Europe, but then who do you think's living them in? Or do you think they're serving up to get in?
The Jews are responsible for the Catholic rapists, and the Jews are responsible for the Muslim migrants as well.
Well, you know,
Do you think the Muslims are smart enough to fill out the immigration forms or what?
Well, who do you think makes the immigration forms? Jewish people. They print it off to
Of
get.
course, yeah.
There we go.
That's right. So not only are the Jews responsible
And it's the
every
Jews.
single Jew who got the crime.
Jews are responsible for language, and thus that's why we have so many problems.
Whichever country you happen to be in. Every other is from the Jews.
Which one? What did you say again?
The word Jew.
Jews not only have their own weird little community that sometimes has bad people that they have to defend, like Epstein, but also are responsible for every immigrant, non-native person within whichever country you happen to be in, because
Or
they're
the Christians.
supporter of immigration reform. The globalization, it's all the Jews, everything that is different from what you felt comfortable and conservative with growing up, it's the Jews that caused it, and they are the
Yeah,
ones.
all of them are the Jews.
Diego, did you ever think that the word Jew backwards spells wedge, and that's what they're always doing all the time, Diego?
Well, what a way to reach. You gotta be Jewish too. You're one of us for sure.
Diego, how do you compare the political power of 1.4 billion Chinese and 1.5 billion Indians compared to about, 20 million Jews? What do you think, Diego? Who's got more political sway in the world? 2.6 billion or 20 million?
That's a good point. Good point.
Yeah, but
It does seem to be the 20 million.
That's because of communication, you schmucks. That's because in communication, you are what you say you are, and what you talk about makes you think that that's true. But in fact, you people are living in a bubble, and you're small-minded little fucking Lujas, Ticklers, and Diego Robertos, running from the law, scamming people on Bitcoin.
But tell me what the Muslims control. I don't know if they control.
He's obsessed with the Bitcoin stuff.
I don't know.
No, I'm just teasing. I don't even think it was a scam. I think what he was doing was probably legal, and thus why he's still here being able to talk to us today.
Hey, listen, talk to me again when you have 15 mouths to take care of.
When you have what?
We had 2.2 billion mouths to take care of. We're the Jews.
No, I agree. My life is a lot easier since I don't have children. I can only worry about myself at the present moment.
Yeah, Diego, he said that when he met you in that car, like, your family seemed like you were oppressing them. Like they were scared of you.
No, they seemed like they had been conditioned to be very respectful, but also hesitant and worried. I'm sure they were listening to Crazy Dad screaming out some random's name at a gas station.
And your taller kids didn't even act like kids.
Listen, they were scared because they were like, we know Daddy's on the spectrum, and he's screaming at some guy at a gas station.
Isa, I'm just trying to copy the Prussian model, okay? So, yes, we sometimes tell the kids
So you're a white
form, to get into formation and to salute. You know, I like the movie Sound of Music. You remember how those kids had to go to sleep and everything? Yeah, I just want to have the Von Trapp family.
Yeah, I hear that. Diego, like his elbow, his
So wait, Keegan.
You identified more with the Nazis than the Von Trapps, right?
Yes, that was the joke.
Exactly.
I think it's funnier when you explain it sometimes.
I agree.
No.
It's very funny.
So wait, Keegan, you claim you fix automobiles, but you're here all the time talking about black women. Where do you find the time, and do you own a laundromat Bitcoin skimming business?
I guess I do.
What? He's marrying a black woman?
I just want to say, don't think it goes beyond me that I model my family after an Austrian, by writers that were Jewish, by the way, because I'm pretty sure the writers of that movie are Jewish, or the Broadway show.
Like you might
Rodgers and Hammerstein.
I don't know.
There's a lot of ironies going on.
Hammerstein.
So-
You know what it is? It's kind of like, it's like the movie, what's that? Galaxy Quest, right? Like, even though it's not real, I feel like
Back to Galaxy Quest.
My family after it.
So they're real.
It becomes real.
Funny. Wait, it's even weirder. Okay, so technically, both of them are Jewish, but get this: Rogers is straight Jewish. Hammerstein, not from a Jewish mother.
Ah, the technicality.
He was a Mishling?
I'm saying the name that sounds the most Jewy.
Jewish.
Tag team.
Well, that makes sense.
Always
You
end
need a
up
lot of
talking
fun.
about Jews. It's so tiring.
I agree.
Well, no, we were just talking about that sound.
No Jews, no news.
See that? They tried to talk about how they were in praise of Nazi child rearing practices, and they ended up talking about Jewish writers again.
But that's just a coincidence.
It's almost like Jews are the Tao, and it requires Jewish pasta sauce to make the Italian dish delicious.
Maybe everyone is just too lazy to pay attention to any story that is not crafted by the skillful Jews.
So what do you think? Everybody just projects their own neuroticism onto Jews now, and Jews have always been that historical scapegoat for people?
Diego loves Austrian School of Economics and Ludwig von Mises, and he is a Jew.
Yes.
He admires him.
damn it, it got to you again, Diego. Details everywhere you turn. Jews! Every damn time. This is what you get for worshiping a dead Jew, Diego.
Hey, that's not nice.
Diego, I think it's your destiny to work with Rob Schneider and create a comedy called The Jews.
There you go. How about that mixing? Huh? Jewish and Filipino? That's what.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. If there was like a historical movie called The Jews, that would be so good.
I think it would actually be a winner.
I'm imagining a movie kind of like Airplane, where it's like the Jews' exclamation point. And everything. It would include the evil Zionist Congress, like they would show up. The anti-Semites would be hot on the trail. They'd be heroes of Israel.
It could be like History of the World, Part 1, where they go through the entirety, right? And they go through everything.
There's
It was the Jews again.
There's an Israeli TV show like that. It's called The Jews Are Coming. And they go through these scenes. It's a brilliant TV show.
So wait, in the movie,
Zach, did you see the what's his name, Mel Brooks announce Spaceballs 2?
I didn't see that. That's amazing.
Oh my God, he said, you know, after all these years,
Oh yeah, you saw the trailer?
he said something like, we've listened to what the fans wanted.
Okay, we put it that. Listen, okay, it's Star Wars Crawl. It's Star Wars Crawl, and it says, in the past, like Star Wars came out and Spaceballs, and then it says, and every single like major franchise has had sequels. It goes line by line for like 6 minutes. And it goes like Rocky, Rambo, Star Wars, Star Trek, and it says, but there has only ever been one Spaceball until now.
So now, it's like, he's like, for all these years, you listen to what the fans wanted, but instead we're making this movie. Dude, he's 100 years old.
I mean, now we say it's appropriate to kill him.
I just found out she was 36 when she did that, Mrs. Robinson.
Asked, what do the fans want?
And Dustin Hoffman
And
was 30.
instead, we're making this movie.
I thought that was an interesting little.
Well, yeah, that was part of it, right?
Well, she was supposed to be the hot mom.
Movies aren't reality. It's a new one for you.
No, I just thought, I felt like that's a. I mean, when you find out that Harrison Ford and Sean Connery were only 12 years apart, Sean Connery's playing his dad. That's an interesting one. But this was 6 years difference.
Yeah, Diego, it's a play, right? You can play older.
Yeah, of course.
There have been people that have played like older than the people they were like than they actually.
Yeah. And she was believable.
I played the same character.
The other day I started to watch Fiddler on the Roof, and the director is Norman Jewison.
Yeah, but here's the part that you're gonna laugh at. He's not Jewish. Isn't that crazy? He's not Jewish.
I never read the credits, and in this case, I don't know. I just started reading the names while the movie was starting. I'm like, what? Jewison? Like really? It's like a joke.
Yeah. So he did. So there's an interview with him where he goes, "I'm not Jewish, but because I made Fiddler on the Roof, I became an honorary Jew until I made Jesus Christ Superstar, and then they never told me again."
Oh, he did also.
Diego, if you were to make a movie about the Jews, what do you think the movie would be about?
I'd probably just end up making like Don't Mess with the Zohan.
Wow. Are you gonna vote for Zoran?
The Don't Mess with the Zohan thing more about Israelis.
Are you gonna vote for Zoran and Mamdani did in New York?
Oh, if I started voting, maybe. But I don't vote.
That's such a Diego thing to say.
I'm trying to stay neutral politically.
Not a commie.
But doesn't he go against your Austrian economics, Diego? How do you rationalize that?
It's communism.
How do you rationalize the violation of Austrian economics by Mamdani, Diego?
That's true. But he
I
can't.
mean, of all the policies that we could support, to support communists is like the craziest one to support. They failed so many times. It's like, hey, let's try it out. Let's see if we fail too. Why risk that?
Yeah, aren't you just a hypocrite, Diego? Can't you look in the mirror and just say, I'm a hypocrite?
No, you
Yeah,
have
he's
to have
always been a
government.
hypocrite. Why are you surprised?
I just want to hear him acknowledge the fact that he's a hypocrite. Can you acknowledge the fact, Diego, Don Roberto Taylor, that you're a hypocrite? You can't do it. You can't do it. Your ego and your narcissism and your self-centeredness prevent you from admitting that you're a hypocrite.
I said counsel. I retain my 5th and 14th Amendments.
You just like to
See, there you go again. A fucking hypocritical thing to say. You are the Jew that you say everybody else is, you piece of shit.
Come on now.
You say you criticize.
No, but
Don't you think you maybe have some Jewish in you?
Don't say it, dear. Don't say it, Issa.
Have you done your DNA?
my sister again. I told you that.
And you guys are Jewish, right?
No, there's nothing there.
What's your sister's name? I can fix that.
Diego, let me ask you one more. Diego, let me ask you one more question. How many more years do you think you'll keep coming on Clubhouse to talk about the Jews? And do you think it's a you problem?
As long as it takes.
As long as it takes.
As long as it takes to destroy the Jews.
Until you guys can relish in the same jokes that I love to have every day with you.
Oh, you mean the Jewish jokes you see on TV when we write and produce them for you?
Touche.
Oh, it's the guy from the Blue Man Group. Hey, Daniel.
Daniel is here.
That's true. Hello.
Hello, Danielle.
Hello.
Daniel, what do you think Diego suffers from?
Stupidity.
No, I think it's like a lack of identity, probably.
Oh, wow.
That's a good one.
I think he's like a closeted Jew, and he's just, you know, like when gays start hating on gays because they're actually kind
Oh,
of
you
like
think he's gay?
projecting and they hate themselves. So that's what I think Diego might be.
Oh, you think Diego hates Judaism because he loves it so much?
Can you just suffer from hypocrisy?
Maybe he's just not telling us that he has some Jewish in him and he hates that part of himself. And so that's what he's doing. He's
Oh, you think he
projecting
has,
his
you think he believes he has like a Morano background and he's secretly Jewish and he wants to remove that part of him, so he figures the best way to remove his Jewishness is to remove all Jewishness from the world. Like,
Except the movies.
But here's the thing. Were profited, exactly. Like you see that these gays that were profited, that they start hating on
they can be
gays
aggressive, they can be
because they
violent.
hate on themselves. Yeah.
Issa, very much like Trump and the Epstein list. Once I get cornered and you guys actually find me out, I'm gonna deny that there ever was any issue with the Jews. I'm gonna be like, what are you talking about? Are you on that again?
Oh my gosh, like
Hold on. Are you?
for 4 years.
Why do you guys are so obsessed with Epstein? Is it the Jew thing or is it that you like into pedophilia? Like what?
Because he constructed a harem out of high school girls in Florida. That's why people are obsessed with Epstein.
No, that's not. No. Really? So if you wasn't Jew,
Daniel, it's called espionage, Daniel. That's why people in America are concerned.
Yes.
I'm asking you if he wasn't a Jew. Hold on. Let me fucking ask my question. My question. Oh, never mind.
Yes, Daniel. So Daniel, there are two sides to this. There is actually like, I mean, it is a crime. It is a whole pedophilia ring, and it has a lot of. Hold on. And there are a lot of important people involved, etc. But the Jew haters, they jump on it because you want to do, and so that strengthens their hate for Jews.
Exactly.
But it is because it's an interesting case. Like, why are they hiding it, right? Like, it should be revealed, or it should have been convicted, and nothing happened.
First of all, it doesn't need to be revealed because if actually they're talking about minors, then it should be protected. And not all those cases usually, like, what do you compare it to that they reveal, like, all the information about, like, rape cases or pedophilia cases? In what other cases they publish their names and they're like,
It's not about publishing the names of the victims. It's about publishing the names of the perpetrators so that you can know who is a pedophile.
So, well, no, it's not
The other perpetrators are used. So, like, we want the Diddy list, we want the Epstein list.
Nobody wants to know who the victims were. Like, all of that, keep it secret. It doesn't matter. But when there is a normal person that is a pedophile and he was caught as a pedophile, his name is published everywhere. And he's classed as a pedophile, so everyone knows where.
Are they convicting people in the Epstein case?
He died.
No, they gave him immunity. People were talking about winning the list in 2009. They got immunity from convicting.
Who got immunity?
Epstein.
It's co-conspirators.
Daniel.
That's what he's dead. I'm talking about those people that you get on.
Daniel.
Co-conspirators got immunity in a deal.
He got immunity before he died. He got immunity, then they went after him again, then he died in prison before he could face trial, which is shady as fuck.
But I'm not talking about.
Daniel, it's Dr. Bill Gates, the vaccinologist. Dr. Bill Gates is the main perpetrator here.
Nobody gave him immunity. What are you talking about?
Give me a thumbs
Yes,
up.
no, the perpetrator healed when they found his brothel.
What's this shit? Who
There we
gave
go.
him immunity?
The Florida Attorney General 2009, 2008.
Yeah, Eva. I can see you on this phone. I thought, aren't you in the anonymous section? We got 4 anonymous in the room. It's a lot. One of them is me, though. I'm gonna see if the Deep State Patriots has been activated.
No, I can't because I'm in Europe.
They gave immunity to other perpetrators in the case. They gave classification and immunity to what they said is co-conspirator's name. They gave, for some reason, legal immunity to him.
There was no conspiracy.
There's an island full of kids that had an international trade of planes that came from all over the world that are federally monitored. And they also remember that
regular beat cop, a regular Miami-Dade officer is the one that busted everything because the protection he got from the Attorney General.
Why are you defending him, Norm? What's he your friend?
Never charged exactly what we're talking about.
This is a shit show, isn't it?
I can't, if I drive down the street without my license plates being, if they're expired, I don't get a plea deal. I have to pay the fine. There's no fucking leniency for me. There should be no leniency for any of you.
You're not Jewish.
Of course you get a plea deal. What are you talking about? If you're not always get a plea deal.
There's never a case they're like, hey, we'll do it for $5. They're always gonna say $300. That's what we need.
What?
Yeah, we don't get to say
But James, aren't you acting like a child here? Don't you know there's special circumstances all the time?
Yeah, the special circumstances we have
you know less
is that
Lex Wexner
friends and
at the bar.
on enough powerful people in Florida to avoid any actual consequences.
Show us the friends in the dirt.
You're admitting it now.
I'm with Norm here. There's no evidence that he did anything
He
wrong.
was also a federal informant.
Honestly, not reviewed any of the evidence of what happened in Florida.
I don't know. As long as Prince Andrew's walking around free, there's a fucking problem.
My favorite part of the Dufresne deposition is when she talks about getting forced to eat out Ghislaine.
It's Dufresne.
Also, Virginia is dead. You guys didn't know that. Virginia died by suicide the day after tweeting, I'm not suicidal, I'll never kill myself. And then she died. And then they labeled it a suicide.
She had really bad taste in men. Let's be honest. Her boyfriend, her husband, was beating the shit out of her too.
That's true.
That's not true. It was a suicidal death. Literally said, I'm not suicidal.
James, that's not true. She tweeted, I'm not suicidal several years before her death.
Here we go, Zach.
She tweeted it a couple of days before it.
No, look it up. Go look it up.
Look it up, Zach.
I gotta say,
It doesn't change that her death is ruled a suicide, and I completely get that she suicided herself, and then 6 weeks later, we're saying that did this.
okay, but James, I'm just saying that is an awesome way to create an amazing conspiracy. If you're like in some deep dark shit and you get arrested and you're being pulled in for sentencing and you then like communicate, I'm not suicidal. If I end up dead, I've been killed, and then you kill yourself.
That's true. Mixed, that's true.
You'll live
But
forever.
it was several years before her death. It wasn't several days
No,
before
I
her
get
death.
the fact that James is being crazy.
The idea that she's the one that's like creating this conspiracy instead of a criminal conspiracy that exists. It's like, come on, guys, there's an actual criminal conspiracy. Highland Payne's claim got pulled to here.
Listen, if I tweet out, I'm not suicidal, I do not kill myself, I can have video evidence of me literally hanging myself from the rafters, and everyone will believe it was a lie. It's amazing.
I am suicidal, and I have told many people that I will never kill myself.
Do you know that something actually happened in my country? The guy said that they wanted to kill him and that he was not suicidal and whatever. And then they did a huge investigation. It was actually in New Yorker and everything. He planned his death and he hired the men that were going to go and kill him while he was going on a bicycle. Yeah, and he has on a video saying that if he was found dead, they should look into the president. And he was trying to bring down the government by that and sacrifice himself. Yeah,
By the way,
hired his own hitman. He hired his own hitman.
that I happen to be very interested in. It's called pseudocide, where people fake their deaths in order to get the insurance.
Isn't that the plot of Fletch? Doesn't the rich guy hire him to kill him?
No.
Thank you very little.
I mean, just come on, we're gonna go with the
No, that was like,
some that already exists. She's a victim of that.
Sorry, Fletch Lives, the sequel is the one where
No, Fletch Lives. I thought Fletch Lives. He goes to Louisiana and gets a mansion from his relative or something.
No, that's Funny Farm.
Amazing.
No. I think the same thing happened to Fletch. I haven't seen Funny Farm. I've seen Fletch Lives.
No, in Fletch Lives, he gets hired by the rich guy to kill him.
So then what happened? When does he go to Louisiana? Which one was that? Was that just Fletch?
That's Funny Farm.
That wasn't Funny Farm. How could that be?
I don't remember him calling it.
I don't remember Louisiana in Fletch.
Are you guys talking about the founding of Israel?
Gone from Funny Farm to Faggot Farm.
Yeah.
said they've never found a snuff film. There's no evidence that snuff film has ever been made.
Really?
That's what.
Those
Yeah,
things actually happen.
I know.
Like, who's really gonna film that?
Well, did anybody else think it was weird that James Comey's daughter was the one that prosecuted Epstein? Did anybody else find that odd?
Wait, McZed, you're actually asking who would. McZed, do you know the kind of shit that people post on Facebook Live? And you're asking why would somebody film that? People film their murders every day and put it on Facebook Live.
Case from the FBI's desk to her desk.
How did it become a conflict of interest? That's the question.
What is the question?
She is a prosecutor, that we know, but how did it not become a conflict of interest? How did she not recuse herself?
Yeah, how did her dad give her the evidence for the prosecution? I don't understand that. That's weird to me.
What interest does she have in that case?
She worked in coordination with the FBI, with James Comey's office in that case. So it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and what is the conflict, please?
I guess her being the daughter of the guy that's doing the investigation. She's the prosecutor. It's supposed to be an independent investigation and prosecutor.
No.
She's gonna sue the government for her termination.
Why would she be independent? She's functioning as a member of the state. She's working for the state. Is paying her to do what the state.
Yes, but her dad was investigated.
Like, what do you mean recused? You're thinking
It's completely different coordination between the prosecutor and an investigative terms that told the FBI to do stuff. But to be the daughter of the FBI agent and get it handed to you specifically because you're the daughter, that's weird. There's over 100 federal prosecutors that could have taken the case in New York City alone.
if her father broke confidentiality and for whatever reason was sharing explicit information about Epstein with his daughter, like you'd have to show that. And
He was posting fucking murder signals on an Instagram, bro, for Trump. Comey was. You know, with the pebbles on the beach?
Yeah.
No?
It's just weird because let's admit this: prosecutors are not selected by somebody who says, I'm going to pick that person. They're random. It's a random system that says this person's assigned. How does it assign James Comey's daughter randomly? How does that happen?
Come on, James. You know how things work in the real world.
Twice.
What's a coincidence?
Listen, they tried to blow Trump's fucking head off, James. They tried to kill Trump. Do you think that these people are like, you know, if anybody in this room thinks that there isn't a conspiracy afoot and has been afoot, and Trump isn't the victim of it, I mean, does anyone here think that the assassination was like a WWE wrestling match?
No.
I've been seeing it from the very beginning.
They cut his ear. They have photos of the bullet whizzing past his head, and the kid died, and it was a crazy.
Where's the
How
scar?
are you gonna say that was like manipulated?
I'm being facetious, but what the fact is, their effort with Russiagate and so much other shit that it's too much information to even contend with this at this point. But Comey is a piece of shit, and if anybody here thinks that Comey's not a piece of shit, I mean, raise your hand. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Comey is a piece of shit and his daughter is most likely a piece of shit. Put a 2 in the chat.
Insightful.
I mean, you can defend the legal profession all you want. These lawyers have a license to steal, and Comey's daughter is most likely a piece of shit.
You have no problem talking about how corrupt it all is. In Guatemala politics, this stuff happens every day, and you know it's corrupt, and you know it's not.
Where, in Guatemala?
Yeah.
They tried to kill you, Issa. They tried to kill you.
Me.
But in America, you always call it a coincidence.
They didn't know who they were fucking with.
Well, that's exactly, you got a great point. It's always coincidence. It's always an accident. It's always uncoordinated or conspiracy theory. It's like, it happens all across the world. We're not immune to
always a
corruption.
I mean, even in Guatemala, where we're very incompetent, we're able to pull this shit, you know, so how would you not be able to?
Well, do you remember the assassination of that fucking lady at her house, the former speaker of the House? That was done by a PMB. That was a private military corporation's employee. He was the CEO of a fucking, what are they called, mercenary group. And then he walked up to a Democrat's house and shot her point blank in the head and then killed her husband. And then went around town looking for other not Republicans, other elected officials to go kill them. We're on an active war. Guerrilla warfare is happening. They are killing each other. Morgan Barrow got shot, Ashley Babbitt got shot, that lady got shot. There's blood spilled.
They raided Trump's house, they raided Giuliani's apartment. They fucking raided
The Department of Justice, Comey, Mueller. Mueller, he feigned at the end when they were asking him questions. He pretended that he had dementia.
That's such a classic way to deflect moves. That is to go, who's they?
That's not a deflection. You said they. Who?
It's the deep state, basically.
The deep state.
There are two sides.
It's Israel.
It's not just the deep state. It's actually.
Either on either, it's not either.
It's.
I want to make that clear. None of us are part of it.
It's
There's
actually.
two sides that we don't know that are fighting each other and killing themselves.
Yeah, I think that Diego is not talking about.
I'm pretty sure there are 8 billion sides.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is it's actually individuals and people playing games with other people.
And that's the problem. That's Diego's point. It's not just individuals. It's not a coincidence that a private military corporation mercenary shows up at a fucking elected official's door with blue and red lights and the police officer and executes him. That's not a fucking coincidence.
We really need to start teaching civics in public schools again.
Yes.
Why did they kill the Boeing guy, the
Who
whistleblower?
is they?
You know who they are.
Wait, why did they kill Jeffrey Epstein again?
They didn't. They did not kill Jeffrey Epstein. That was
Epstein's alive on the island underneath the awning in the
They didn't kill Jeffrey Epstein.
Listen, Epstein definitely had his fucking head ripped apart and then he was hung. The 3 minutes from the video stitched together. I mean, it's pretty conclusive that video footage they put out was fake.
Of course. And did you see how the frame moves? When you just clip out footage from a video, you just see how it jumps in the numbers in the clock, but you don't see how it moves the camera. Here, the camera just changes the frame.
Well, then it begs the question, though, if you really think everything they put out is fake news, I mean, and you're on here talking about it, like, do you still eat breakfast, take a shit, go to the gym, put your clothes on? Like, what are you going to do about it just by talking about it on a social audio chat app? Like, how big of a stroker are you until you realize that this is like a huge waste of your time?
This is a woman. She doesn't take a shit.
I mean, James, you're running for Congress again, right?
Yes, I am totally, and I will continue to do so until I sit that seat.
I think.
Are you looking for alliances?
James, what's it been like going up against the local political apparatus in your area?
It's actually not that hard. It turns out that nobody really knows who the fuck these people are when I walk around. It seems that there's a complete vacuum of power when it comes to the bottom, that people have no idea who their congressman even is.
Yes, but that doesn't bode well for you trying to find the people that do care about who their congressman is, because those are the people that actually vote.
Well, you would think so, but I came in second place and through word of mouth as an Uber driver who just walked around telling people, hey, I want to be your congressman, and came in second place. That's because I told them I am here. Where they don't know who their congressman is, they only clicked it because the fucking little asterisk name. The fact is that if you go around and speak and you fill that void that exists, there is something to be grasped. There is a power to be grabbed.
I've had that theory for a long time, that if a guy committed to just kind of hand-to-hand meeting the Americans in their district, they could gain a lot of political power. Yeah.
So, but James, do you think there's a federal political cartel which is controlling the national budget?
There's 100% a federal political cartel. The guy that I run against is one of the people that is part of that federal political cartel. He's actually the reason why I met him. I worked for him before as a staffer, saw how corrupt this fat fuck was, and decided, you know what, I'm going to take him down. My political campaign is not actually about winning necessarily. My name being on the ballot alone is a victory. When Jason Smith does something wrong, people call his office and say, hey, have you heard of James Snyder? And that makes that fucker move. It makes him do stuff. Just my name alone on a ballot.
Good. That's the process. That's how it works. Even if you lose, you are making him a better politician because now he's got a threat.
That's exactly right. So I use it as a tool, as a weapon. It's cheap. It doesn't cost a lot to get on the ballot. $300-400. So it's definitely worth the money just to put my name on there, even if I don't win, so I can have that political sway to say, hey, motherfucker, you're not going to fuck us over. It gives the 12,000 people that voted for me a singular voice and name to recognize to this congressman as a threat.
That's
Are you running as a what?
1,000.
What party?
Republican.
You know, Diego doesn't.
It's an 80% Republican district. So
James,
obviously
Diego doesn't vote. Do you think he's a hypocrite?
yes, I think you're a hypocrite 100%. You should definitely participate.
What's in it for me?
I mean, Diego, you know how pathetic it is. I mean, how can you giggle like a little schoolgirl? You're not a patriot. You don't have any affinity to American history. You don't have any respect for this country. You're that big of a little giggler.
He's like one of those Mexicans protesting for illegal immigration. Actually, have you gone to any protests yet?
Yeah, he denies the validity of
I've been benefiting from the lower traffic. Have you guys seen that in the news?
No, what?
The traffic is eased up. I can get across town quick now.
Is it summer or because of the congestion pricing, you mean?
No, because well, I heard that it's because all the illegals are hiding right now. No.
Oh yeah, I heard that in the news that the traffic has
Karen,
out there, like they're literally
Karen Bass has essentially put them on COVID-19 lockdowns and is issuing them cash payments.
It's pretty crazy.
I thought that was funny.
Yeah. No, but it's really so. Like I can yesterday I went in the middle of rush hour traffic. I got to the airport very quickly. You know, I thought it was gonna take me hours, and it was like pretty quick.
To what, vote?
No, it was quick to get down the 405.
He's like, instead of 2 hours, it was only an hour and a half. That's pretty fast for LA.
Ah.
Abby, welcome. Why do you think people on the internet have such a hard time wrapping their heads around Israel and AIPAC?
I don't know. I was coming in to talk about the urban issues and how filthy Philadelphia is this week. I really am focused on that right now.
It's called Democrats, Abby.
Abby, I'm leaving Philly right now. I was in Fairmount Park. It was just disgusting.
It's how disgusting. I mean, they used to call it Philadelphia, and then it like really cleaned up. But they had a garbage strike, and then 911 workers were on strike. I mean, it was just insane. It's so dirty. Every street is dirty. Like there's still trash not emptied, but like just garbage in the streets, dirt in the streets, and what the hell? Democrats, yes.
Is there any other explanation other than liberal Democrats which control your city? Come on.
Hey, no, there is no other explanation. The other place I live has a nice governor that's a Republican and a sheriff that's a Republican,
right?
And it's clean. What a difference! It's
what do you think about Ali running for government in Minnesota?
Oh my God! Did you see what that guy looks like?
He said the greatest danger to the Somali people are white men. They say.
And he says he wants to build a bridge from Somalia to the U.S.
It's the same talking point.
I hope he really said that.
Here.
Is he just
said that he wants to bridge the relations?
Is he Ilhan Omar's brother?
Over Africa.
Is this the brother of Ilhan Omar that we haven't met yet?
Listen, white structural racism and climate change are interchangeable in their lexicon. These people are communist domestic terrorists. They're liars and propagandists, and they stir the pot every single day, every single way. Chicago's mayor is an absolute stinking pile of human shit.
So how do these people get elected like they do? And
I think it's election fraud.
Wait, is this mayor worse than the idiot you had before?
It's basically a mutated appendage from Lori Lightfoot, and he is a history professor. The school budget has a $700 million deficit. The city is not going to get the money from the federal government this time around, and they're panicking. But everything is white structural racism and climate change. These people are not leaders, and the reason why they're there is because it is a political cartel in Chicago, and it's election fraud.
Okay, how about having a mayor that can't spell the name of the sports team? Shall I share that one with you? The Philadelphia mayor? Do you know that?
No, I haven't seen him in the headlines.
Her, and we have a chant, like the team only won the Super Bowl, so we have a chant where
is this the Asian woman?
The name of the team. No, black woman, mayor of Philadelphia. We have a chant where we spell out, it's the song. We spell out the name of the team. She could not spell the team. I'm going to leave it at that. So now, when you go to a football game, everyone chants it, and we misspell it now on purpose. And that's what we're dealing with.
Wow. Like,
I mean, there's a very good chance that Mamdani wins the mayorship of the largest, most important city in America.
You know what, Edmund, in a way, I kind of hope that he does. Because I think that things will only get better when people are really get a taste of what deep shit.
Well, Issa, you probably don't even know who the other candidates are. I mean, do you know who Curtis Sliwa is?
Eric, the current mayor, and Cuomo says.
Okay, well, what about the third guy? His name is what? Curtis what? Well, that's because the media doesn't want you to know who the third candidate is, and he's a Republican.
Who's the third candidate?
This guy's a patriot of New York City. He's fought for the homeless, the destitute, the rape, the murder. Yeah, look him up. His name is Curtis Sliwa.
I was looking at the numbers for New York, and it's a pretty close race. I mean, I think that a Republican could take.
People are talking about him right now in this room.
A Republican cannot take New York City. I mean, I
don't know. I've been looking at it. I mean, 100,000 votes, and the difference between 1.2 million people to vote.
Guys, Bloomberg was an independent when he ran. Just reminding you. Yeah. And
Oh, a billionaire independent.
Yeah.
You can only.
Giuliani ran as independent?
No, Republican.
Curtis is an amazing guy. I don't know if you guys know his story. El Normo probably knows his story. Yeah.
I know his story. I remember. You're not old enough to remember when he was like first going. The beginning of the what we called vigilante. No one really knew what to call it then. But guardian angels were amazing.
The Angels, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still at it. He's got those crazy berets.
I know. Is it the Bray? It's like it's the way he fashioned himself and marketed and branded himself, but it's a shame that he can't become the mayor because he really deserves it. These other people are just infiltrators and liars and frauds.
He's like frontlines for New York City in his own little, like, vigilante way.
He's putting out great political material right now.
He's calling back now.
He is like 1 percentage point lower than Cuomo. He's at 22. Cuomo's at 23. But if Eric Adams endorses him, maybe it'll put him over the top. And the New Yorkers will probably still choose Mamdani, which is the fucking sickest part of the whole thing.
Well, Adams was really against Mamdani, so I have a feeling that he might sway a different way. He might go for independent or just say don't vote for him at all. If we can get 100,000 of the Democrats to not vote, then it's a close enough race.
James.
Do you think that Cuomo can get people to just not vote for Mamdani? I don't think he has.
I think that Mamdani is so bad that 100,000 people might not show up to vote for him. But the Republicans will vote to vote against him.
I don't think so. I think if anyone even says that like the Democrats aren't going to turn out, they're just going to like turn the vote out. They're just going to show up. Like this is about like battleground. Mamdani is a move to be anti-Trump on the left, right? A big boisterous immigrant of a multi-ethnic background that could be gay. It doesn't really matter, right?
He married his girlfriend off of Reddit.
Yeah, but does that help Wall Street? And the rich cats that live on Wall Street because he's a communist. That's a big fucking thing that's not going to help him with the Democratic Party.
Communists want to take over.
James, he's got the AOC effect. AOC endorses him. They have Bernie Sanders. They have so much social media power. I'm telling you, it's like mind control for these people. And once the youth is activated,
the rich Democrats on Wall Street that exist, they are not going to vote for
most of these liberal billionaire socialists will still love him and endorse him because they are so cucked and so brainwashed themselves, and they have so much money. I don't even think they give a fuck anymore. For them, it's all about virtue signaling and doing all this social equity justice warrior and social engineering. They're fucked.
Classism.
Nah, there's moderate Dems that are coming out against him. It's not what you think. It's not all the Dems.
I work in the New York papers. I see the politicians that I recognize faces of. They're working with him. They're not trying to stop him. Only Cuomo and Adams are in the little campaign, and the Post is desperately hoping someone stops him. It looks like he's coming. He's coming like a train. Unless you guys can stop it, it's happening.
Abby, you could just look at the cell phone analytics and all the online analytics and do the correlation with all previous elections for historical relevancy. I'm telling you, he's going to win this election. And that's why I'm asking James, at what point do you think the Second Amendment comes into play and political assassinations start taking place in this country?
Second Amendment.
that's a question that I'm obviously never going to answer there. That's a crazy question.
Yeah, that's a crazy question. I will tell you that I would take the train up from Philly to go to New York, to go to shows, and to go shopping. Once he defunds the police, I'm going online for my shoes. Like, I'll see my theater somewhere else. There's no way would I be comfortable walking around Manhattan at night if he defunds the police.
Wait, how is it a crazy questions if the patriots of this country killed thousands of British in order to revolt against the tyrannical government? Abby, when do you live in a pile of shit in Philadelphia? You live under a tyrannical government.
Yeah, but I won't even entertain or dignify what you're asking. So
well, people do ask this question. It's called the Second Amendment, and they want to take your gun rights away. Mamdani is going to take your gun rights away. He's going to tax you to death. He's going to steal from you.
I don't live there. I don't live in New York.
I know, but what?
Have their issues.
The point is.
New York. By the way,
New York doesn't have any guns.
Yeah, they don't have guns.
Just the criminals have the guns. The criminals robbing people, murdering people.
I wouldn't live there, and I pay taxes and actually I don't pay state taxes because I live in a state that doesn't have income tax. So I don't know. I don't know how New Yorkers.
Abby, do you think denaturalization? Do you think denaturalization is cruel?
Does anyone know what the numbers are? Maybe Norm knows this. Of the exodus to Florida and the exodus to different states out of New York. Like how many have
It's cost hundreds of billions, and over 50,000 New Yorkers have moved to Florida.
I did look that up recently. There was some chart that was showing like the shift. There was a big exodus, but as I understand it, the numbers are starting to come back, at least percentage-wise, of people that move into the city. So I don't know the exact number, but I did look, and they're coming back. Like, you know, the real estate developers are sitting on a bunch of property, and they don't want to lower the prices, and the government is trying to like do something with the housing. Plus, they're trying to be a shelter city for the immigrants. They're working on a lot of different things. New York City never sleeps.
Did New York lose a congressional seat too because it had such a population to leave?
Yeah, and what do we see? California's probably going to lose 4 to 5 of them, James. You know, I don't know if you already talked about that article that you had about Newsom taking the land for low-income housing, but we see it and I'm in a border state to California. I mean, you see it in Nevada. There's so many Californians have moved in there, and more will come. They're fed up, and these unfortunately, it's making us a little more blue than I'd like us to be, because you know these are pissed off Democrats.
Strategy, I think.
Yeah.
Right next to California, you got all that.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's pissed off Democrats. It's happening in the northern part. People are leaving San Francisco and going to Tahoe in that area, and people are leaving LA and coming into Vegas. But absolutely, like we were having to build an elementary school like every 8 weeks. That's how many people were coming in. No, it's crazy.
8 weeks.
Yeah, it was 5,000 a month.
So I'm looking at the Communist Control Act of 1954, and it says Communist front organizations must register, but failure to comply with the registration requirements could result in penalties, including fines and imprisonment. So when do we start arresting communists in America again?
We don't. It's against the law.
How is it against the law when we have a federal act giving us the legal supremacy to do these things? If Trump doesn't start taking action and his government doesn't start taking action against these political frauds and the political cartels in this country in these sanctuary cities, he's going to bleed them dry by not giving them funding, and that's going to cause incredible chaos. But I say just arrest these motherfuckers.
Can't do that.
Why not? You arrest them, you charge them, and you cause punishment through the legal procedure. You're a lawyer. You know it's called lawfare punishment.
It's also called the First Amendment. Sorry, but
yeah, they have a right to be communists. There may be some type of legal argument to say that they can't organize a communist type of red revolt against the sitting government in an intention to destroy it. You could argue, but just them being communists is not legal.
I know, but putting them through lawfare and dragging them into court is the punishment.
don't do that. That's called vexatious and frivolous.
And that doesn't happen every day of the week in this country?
It's called abuse of process, and you don't do that.
You don't do that. Oh, sure. So what about Trump and Russiagate and the never-ending legal problems they did against Trump?
John,
Someone
I
help
understand
me.
what your point is, but we're better than them. We believe in the Republic. They do not.
Thank you.
John, this is the exact difference between the left and the right. The right does have their
their sense of boundaries, which they, through self-control and maturity, do not cross. And the liberals are of the opinion that the boundaries were designed badly, that they gerrymandered around certain interests, and they have no respect for the boundaries. That's why they push and develop and progress.
Okay, you think the Democrat industrial complex and these progressives aren't doing exactly what I'm describing to you, you schmuck.
No, I'm saying they are, and the Republicans won't because they have a backbone and they stand for something occasionally.
Oh, really? Well, I've met a lot of Republicans. They got no backbone. They're a bunch of liars, and they themselves are a bunch of frauds.
If they start organizing to start killing us, we would not organize to kill them back. We would organize to arrest them and then hold them into justice. We want them inside the republic system of justice. Outside, it doesn't work for them.
And that's why you'll lose.
You say we lose, but our country's still standing and we're still here fighting. So when have we lost?
And we give it to the liberals for decades at a time, and the country still stands.
Who's fighting? Who's fighting?
Me specifically, I am running for office using my name as a political weapon to ensure that our republic still stands. Maybe the rest of you aren't. And I find that to be appalling, but I fucking am, and the people I know am.
Well, I'm in for 2020. I don't see nobody fighting.
Well, moving from political rhetoric, Mixed, when you look at the actual financial prospectus of the future, which is nothing but borrowing and spending to fund these runaway pensions, how do you think this is going to end?
Well, that's simple. The way it has ended historically. Jubilee.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
Yeah,
You think they'll do that?
Yeah, I think.
No. Let me unpack a little bit. Jubilee is the nice, ordered, comfortable way when debts get forgiven. In the past, before Jubilees and different debt practices were developed, such as forbidding all debt lending, or creating debtors' prisons, or developing into bankruptcy protections, there has always been a release valve. The debt always goes too high, and I'll tell you what happens. You think what happens is like, I don't know, in Civil War or something. It's more complicated. It's just, there's guys that are very rich, they have all the paper, and there's guys that are continuing to pay them, and why should they if there's too much? Because eventually other people can provide the services of the state. Other people can maybe take down the state. People can just stop supporting the state, they can give it to the others. When the debt gets too high and the money gets devalued and the faith and credit of $1 can no longer buy a hamburger at McDonald's, that's when the barbarians come in. And either an external force or an internal force wipes away the debt. It wipes away the debt, and that's the cause of the destruction of the state, whether internally or externally. Because when you keep borrowing and you don't have a release valve on people's failed fantasy expectations for the future, you're just making people hungry and angry and stressed out in a country.
So what's the fine balancing act between having absolute destitution and high crime rates and super high debt? Like, what's the optimal mixture?
Here's half the answer. It was given to us by God. You just have a release valve every 50 years. Debt forgiveness. Nobody had that.
50 years?
Yeah, a 50-year cycle. Meaning every 50 years, all debt is forgiven. Which means, practically, from a banking perspective, speaking as the Jew here, you can schedule all of the debt.
So what do you think, like 2050, 2051 is the Jubilee? That's pretty far away.
First of all, Jubilee in the modern context means like debt forgiveness. But strictly speaking, it's more like bankruptcy, and it's a schedule. It's designed so that all of society is without debt in the 50th year. And that the small debts are, even the American court system has concepts of Jubilee in their bankruptcy law. I'm just saying that
It's a big run.
The schedule, the value of the schedule is that when you know that your debt will not be collectible past year 3000, right? Like I give a loan in 2051. In 3000, like it's over, right?
So the
value of that is that in 51, you know that's a very long-term debt. We can give a low interest rate because it can go on forever. And if you pay back faster, you'll owe less, but you can take more time because the interest rate is still running. So what do I care how long you take?
Well, except
yeah.
I'm pretty sure nobody here has a DeLorean to go to 2050, but let's say we're at 100 trillion in debt in 2050. From a proper economic model, do you think right now in 2025 we should just continue what we're doing and not turn back?
No, I think that trillion or something. I think those are all good. Like you should.
I know, but we're still accruing $2 trillion in national debt every year. So it's just the numbers aren't there. Like they're not turning the ship around. They're not slowing spending, and you know the next administration's not going to, and the next Congress isn't going to. They're just going to keep borrowing and spending.
I have to. Well, also that debt is not like it's to everybody else. That debt is to us, the people. That's the government borrowing off of our dollars.
No. It's not always. Like,
well, there's only seven trillion.
They're not borrowing from the U.S. They take taxes. They take taxes in from the citizens. They borrow from whoever. Sometimes it's people that buy, like local citizens that buy it. Usually it's bigger operators, and then they are borrowing from them and saying, "I'm going to pay you some of the tax revenue I milk off of my citizens."
Well, they borrow off of our dollar specifically. They inflate the dollar, print more money, and that's how they do the borrow quotation marks.
I would say that that's straight up, like very clearly, like word for word. If you just look it up in the verses, that's a violation of a biblical law, just weights and measures, which, by the way, is part of the Constitution. There is a Department of Just Weights and Measures. It doesn't make sense that our dollars are not just weighed or measured.
Well, if you go to US Debt Clock, there's 37 trillion in funded debt and 150 trillion in unfunded debt. The pension liabilities that the government has taken on and will have to pay out, it's totally bankrupt. So I guess I'm just asking, you know, if you look at Massey, you look at Ron Paul, Rand Paul, Chip Roy, other congressional people in the Freedom Caucus that don't believe in limitless borrowing and spending. I mean, if we were to crush the borrowing and spending, and the economy did collapse, don't you think ripping the Band-Aid off is a better solution than kicking the can down the road?
Definitely. I mean, especially those people who were supposed to be getting their pensions in the first place are probably never going to get it in the end. But if we're going to be honest, if we continue that debt going up, it's just never going to happen. Like you said, 150 trillion unpaid. I know people talk about the national debt a lot, but there's actually a very small amount that's owed foreign. It's all, like you just said, pension, Social Security, Medicaid, future spending for the next 100 years, 150 trillion, like you said.
I mean, you can go to usdebtclock.org. I really encourage everybody to go to that website and look at the funded versus the unfunded liabilities of your federal government. It's so monolithic and insane that it is what, like James is saying, is people think they're going to get paid out on these things. But if we do that, fuck the inflation calculation. It's just so much money that the government has to borrow. None of this is ever going to get paid back. I'm telling you, if they don't rip the bandage off sooner than later, this can't end well. I mean, it's basically the dissolution of the government. I don't think civil war is even possible because iPhones don't explode when you throw them.
Yeah, 100% the government will collapse. Every single estimate that's out there says by 2052, the compound interest will be too high for us to pay off even if we used every single dollar in our national budget. So by 2052, the compound interest will be more than we make a year and we'll be stuck in debt forever. And that just means bankruptcy. You have to fucking do something. Luckily, the debt is to ourselves. I'm not sure how that affects
I mean, going back to what McZed said about the Jubilee and debt forgiveness, debt resolution is the only possible outcome. There's no other outcomes other than debt resolution and coming to terms and having a meeting of minds about taking cuts and whether that's the recipients or the lenders. I mean, McZed works in this all the time. Technically, McZed is, you know, the priest of debt resolution.
Well, you know, there's one thing I'd like to ask too, and as much as, you know, the conservatives hate to hear this, I wonder, is currency, paper money, coins, is that part of the problem that we're having? If we eliminated those and had a controlled dollar in a system like, you know, where you have your debit card and stuff, does that work better? And I almost feel like it would when I look at it. The inflation and the printing of the dollar is half of what does it. If you destroy half of the money population, the currency population, the dollar increases by 400% instantly. So it's like if we get rid of all of it, then we have complete control of that dollar. Cartels can't get it then. Illegal means don't have it.
Well, they can do that now. If Trump controlled the Federal Reserve, he could give us negative interest rates. They had negative rates in Europe for a period of time during COVID-19, and negative rates would boost the value of the dollar tremendously.
Yeah, I mean, it makes me wonder, do we need paper money and currency out there still? I understand, like, well, they would make us dependent on the electrical system, but if I'm being honest, there's enough of us out there. If the infrastructure goes down, people show up. I've seen storms tear towns apart, and the next day there's 100 guys out there fixing power lines. So it's like we have the people to fix whatever infrastructure fucking collapse happens. It's not like zombies are coming. If we're being real,
Well, I don't know if you saw that Thomas Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene are trying to pass this anti-CBDC bill. But if you go to Massey's account, you can see what it is. I'm pulling it up right now. But I mean, the concern is about like essentially a global banking cartel, and that global banking cartel's control over we the people here in America. I don't know. It's a very European American world. I mean, it's the Western world, and you know the banking cartels control every facet of life. I mean, McZed has left, but if you take out loans and you don't pay them back, welcome to a new life of living with lawyers and judges up your ass.
And like you said, the problem is that we let a lot of the Anglo-Saxon bank involved. I mean, we forget that they're very controlling. The Anglo-Saxon Bank of the UK is still a massive bank that exists, and it operates inside the United States and Canada, Mexico, all across the globe. Huge fucking bank. We need to stop being friends with Europe. We need to remember that Europe is our oldest enemies. The first war we fought was with the UK. There's no reason they should be our fucking friends. As George Washington said, we should not continue alliances beyond a temporary effect of what America values. It's amazing stuff. I mean, we should only be the ones that benefit from it, and once the alliance is broken, the benefit, it doesn't matter anymore. Military alliance should not stand. He preached against standing alliances, and that includes with the King of fucking England. Most explicitly, the King of fucking England.
In America, there are 42 million food stamp recipients. 37 million Americans are living in poverty, 27 million without insurance. The debt per citizen in America is $108,000 per citizen, and the debt per taxpayer is $323,000. So that means there's like one to three, meaning that there's only so many taxpayers. 2 out of 3 people are actually taxpayers. The Doge clock has saved America $559 billion. The savings per taxpayer is only $4,900. So, I mean, welcome to Debt America. When does this jubilee happen? Where's McZed?
Well, when you realize the people that are complaining with the debt up top, the reason they're not panicking is because they control the debt. The government is the one that's taking the debt out on us. It's our dollar, our value, us as the citizens that the borrower gets. When you look at like the bonds and the things that they make up, the AAA plus bonds that they use as the debt borrowing, that's our bank accounts that they put into these bonds and leverage off as fucking loans to the government. So it's not just your taxes they take, but they're very literally taking your bank account funds and using those as leverage for funds to get from central banks. It's crazy fucking shit. It's why the banking, it's why the housing market collapsed back in 2008, because they didn't have regulations on contracts then. You just write whatever the fuck you wanted and have them sign. They didn't have credit checks either.
Okay, I want to cap off this comedy cake by saying that none of this would have been possible without women, Jews, and Black people. I think that's how every conversation in this house ends. Am I right, Issa? And where is Pepe? So this live stream has been going for 2 hours and 27 minutes. I think we have like touched every topic under the sun. For me, it's all about having this conversation about a million different things under the sun. But let's admit it, that this is all just content and entertainment and comedy.
Today's the wrong accent, actually. That was a fucking Spartan accent that was used there. Maybe a British one. Close enough. Russell Crowe's fucking British.
So Caleb, who won at Topgolf? Were you the high scorer? Hello. Issa, I'm telling you, you bring together the biggest bang rooms. You know, it's a lot of fun in your rooms, and I love recording
No,
it.
I think that the beef worms are more fun. Well, although they only focus on one.
You saw my example of how they all just shitpile each other and they argue over terms with Andrew about, you know, ridiculous. It's English. It's English class.
I'll tell you what, my rooms are like a shelter.
people get tired of the other rooms, they just come here, hang out for a little bit, then they go again. It's like a shelter, a decompression room, I guess. Sometimes, because sometimes it's very stressful. We have a lot of stupid people.
Yeah, you were talking about content a minute ago, Dr. or Congressman John there. And the worst content I think that exists on this app is the semantics content of arguing what a word fucking means.
Yeah. Well, that's why I say this is like an ESL training platform for international and non-native English speakers. And they want to talk about words and what are the definition of those words, or they want to say, I know what that word means, but I'm not going to tell you what that word means. It's an insane asylum. This is like people digitally sheltered.
I wanted to ask you, Edmund, since you have an unknown account, do you still get to react to speakers with
No.
the emojis?
No, there's no
Not
interaction.
anymore?
I can interact with you on this account, obviously, but
No, but I mean when you're an anon, like I remember when they first launched them, they could do GIFs and they could do reactions.
oh, you can change your emoji. That's one way to differentiate yourself. Is just
No, your
regularly
emoji,
change your
emoji, yeah, but what I mean is like this, for example. How
No,
they react on
no.
speakers. Because initially they could react.
Elle has a plus account. El Normo, have you used Anonymous and enjoyed being anonymous in a room as opposed to not speaking in a room, but just listening?
To be honest,
It's not, because honestly, when you can't speak, it changes the experience for you. You're just a recipient of communication, and you can't speak back. You should try it because you talk a lot.
no, I can't, because in Europe they do it's just for US and Canada.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, they don't have it here in Europe.
Is it in the, well, you're using iPhone, right?
What?
Are you using iPhone?
Yeah.
Yeah, try getting a burner account in Android. That's probably the reason why.
No, in Europe they don't have it.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Dr. Pepe, welcome to the room. This is Barely Friends. Epstein was objectivist. Dr. Pepe got roasted so badly.
Dr. Pepe? Oh, what's the name of the drink, of the purple drink?
Scissor.
No, it's Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper.
So this is Dr. Pepe, and he's purple. Look at his photo.
Pepe, man, you were in that room yesterday. What was it, Lisa's 420 lounge yesterday? And, you know, you were being rather polite relative to other times, but then they roasted you badly, and they said that you're a racist and you're poor white trash.
That's fine. This is what happens when you go on a stage where people, you know, have much different beliefs than you.
What do you think is so differentiating about your belief system, Dr. Pepe?
Well, they're just like out on a mission to. What they were implying the whole time is that it must be that Trump is on the list and he somehow, I don't know, did something bad with children, but you know they didn't have any proof. And it's like, dude, I could come up with a million scenarios about a bunch of different people, possibly the British. A lot of people say Israeli, could even be in our intelligence services. I have no fucking idea. Neither did they. I just wasn't willing to commit to saying, oh yeah, it must be. To even say that I had an answer for them without releasing it, I just don't fucking know.
The real conspiracy is that Donald Trump met with King Charles a year ago to discuss joining the British Commonwealth, and now all of a sudden the Epstein list doesn't exist, and Prince Andrew was part of the Epstein list. I think there was a deep connection to MI6 and the King of England.
MI6?
Well,
yes, the British CIA.
Yeah, intelligence agency. So all of them, I mean, everyone is involved.
It's a big world.
The Western conspiracy, 100%.
It's a big world, you know, and we just live in a little bubble here, I feel like, in America. And we're not necessarily...
You know why Prince Andrew wasn't prosecuted? Because he has something called sovereign immunity. In our country, apparently, the king can come over here, he could shoot a baby in the face, and we could not prosecute him. What the fuck?
Well, it's a little bit like ambassadors. I mean, you know, they get their special little license plates and immunity.
Well, an ambassador doesn't get sovereign immunity necessarily. Sovereign immunity is reserved for like the heads of states, so presidents.
But you can get diplomatic immunity even if you're not a diplomat. But if you commit a crime, like I don't know, like in Japan, for instance, there was a guy who I believe he beat the shit out of his wife, and he did just egregious shit. And Canada wanted to prosecute. Japan said, "Yeah, go ahead for immunity. You can do it."
Well, there is a difference in diplomatic immunity and against sovereign immunity, which we have in our law specifically. So we have a specific clause called sovereign immunity, which grants prosecution and civil immunity to the King of England, the King of Spain, the Prince of France, because apparently the President of France is a prince. I didn't know that. But those people are exclusively named in the sovereign immunity clause. It's fucking crazy shit. Where they can commit any crime they want on foreign soil or on this soil, and we cannot prosecute them. I'm not sure why we did it, but George Washington said it's great fucking trying to fight out with this wooden team. And that's why Prince Andrew can't be charged. He can be on tape raping 100 girls, and they said that he has immunity because of sovereign immunity. That's why he specifically is allowed to just walk around. Crazy fucking shit. Because he's a prince. It's like, why do we have royal recognition? We're the land of the free republic. We should not recognize the royals in any manner of leadership at all. They should be completely disregarded and treated as regular citizens in every single way.
Well, anyways, you know, James, what's the last good book you read?
The last good book I read was the book about the Hague Invasion Act and why he implemented it. I think it's amazing stuff, the Hague Invasion Act.
What's it about?
Well, the Hague is basically the ICC, the International Criminal Court, and the United States decided that we don't fucking like them. We don't like their bullshit. So if they ever arrest a U.S. service member or a U.S. citizen, then we will invade Norway and take it over to freedom. They would use military action to invade a NATO ally if they try to arrest one of us. That's how fucking serious we are. I fucking love the Hague Invasion Act. Beautiful stuff.
And do you think it's going to be applied in 2025?
I think that it is still in the books and they don't arrest U.S. service members or people like Bibi Netanyahu because that act specifically. There's a reason Bibi was unarrested for his ICC warrant, and it's because the Hague Invasion. Look it up. I'm telling you, information is good stuff. It's amazing stuff.
Fascinating. So, Dr. Peepee, what's the last good book you read?
You ask me this question like all the fucking time. Shut up.
So what are you going to do today, Dr. Peepee? What's on your to-do list? Isa, what is the last good book that you read?
I am currently reading one very good one from Joe Dispenza. I don't know what's it called in English. It's called Deja de ser tú. I think it's like stop being who you are.
El Normo, what is the last good book that you read?
It's called Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself. That's what it's called.
James, how much more do you think Russia can take until they finally decide to detonate a nuclear bomb?
I don't think they have functional nuclear bombs.
What? Are you fucking shitting me?
It hasn't been observed since the 60s on the surface, and they say they do it underground, and Pakistan says the same things. I think there's a lack of evidence that they have active ability to make the nuclear bombs and use them underground. Or at least weaponize them on missiles.
Wow, dude, I think you're way off on that one.
I think the lack of evidence comes from their lack of using it, to be honest with you.
Well, you know, who am I? I'm just a loser on the social audio chat app, chit-chat. You might know a little more than I do.
We have the MOAB, we have nukes, we drop both, we will drop them. We have no problem because they're functional. We can prove they're functional by dropping them. And they really, I understand the Tsar bomb, whatever the fuck they call it, back in like the 60s, 70s, 80s, whatever the hell it was. That's the last known massive nuclear test they've done above ground. All the other ones are underground.
It's called the Tsar Bomba.
The Tsar bomba. But that's the last one Russia actually do a nuclear test above ground, so I just doubt that they have the actual capability.
Well, if there was one secret that the former Soviet Empire would want to maintain, it would be their nuclear power. Don't you agree?
It would be true if the nuclear power was inside of Russian territory. It wasn't. It was in Ukrainian territory. It was in Kazakhstan, one that Borak is from. Most of the nuclear arsenal that Russia even continues to have today, except for being up there in that giant graveyard, is in Kazakhstan currently. They have the operational ownership of the missile silos, but I don't think they're operational. Just like 6-7 months ago, we saw where Russia had to invade Kazakhstan because they apparently had a coup.
James,
And they had to roll the coup.
James, I hate to break it to you, but you do realize that Russians and their IQ with regards to math and science is very high. If you think that they're not fully invested in having a powerful arsenal of nuclear weapons, I think you might not appreciate just how intelligent the total IQ of Russia really is.
IQ is a wonderful thing. The lack of infrastructure and ability to create that IQ into something tangible is different.
What do you think they spend all their fucking hundreds of billions of dollars in revenue from all their oil and gas? What do you think they spend it on?
In Africa, Wagner's trying to secure uranium deposits in Africa, and we kill them all the time for it. We ensure that their uranium deposits are either protected, they're taken away, we find out where they're doing it at, and we ensure that we take it over every single time. They use Wagner for whatever reason, but we've killed them over 30, 40 times, taking over their sites they have to stop their ability to harvest nuclear material. And now there's places in like the Middle East that also do it, but I doubt that places like Turkey are going to give nuclear material to Russia.
Dude, have you seen how big Russia is? You think they can't harvest uranium on their own fucking soil?
I think if they were, we would see evidence of it through satellite photos. Siberia is not being harvested out. That's just a fact. It's still just a fucking wasteland. There's occasionally...
Listen, my point is, Trump is sending more weapons. I don't know, did you see the interaction, the difference between Hegseth and the director of the CIA when Trump announced that they're sending Patriot batteries and more weapon systems over there? The CIA director was very relieved to hear that. So I'm just asking you, as we the taxpayers, we the voters, we the debt slaves of this country, how much war is too much war for America? When does the never-ending war end? I mean, if it shifts from Iraq to Afghanistan, from Afghanistan to Ukraine, you know, how much is too much war for we the people of America?
Yeah, as long as we have volunteer military service, then no war is too much war. We don't continue war forever as long as we have that system. People volunteer for a reason, for war. And we have the strongest standing national military because of that exact thing, for war. There is no such thing as an end of war that we're going to accept. I think that America intends to continue war forever and ever as long as there is an enemy to combat. After all, manifest destiny must be achieved, and that's either achieved through political means, trade means, or military. 3 ways. Yes, I do believe deeply in manifest destiny. As George Washington himself did. I think he's the founding father and the person that we should all look to as citizens when we desire for our country to be better.
Listen, I'm kind of a devil's advocate. I believe that there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe, so that means that like perpetual war is most likely the optimal situational, awareness. Otherwise, you get caught with your pants down. So, thanks for answering all my questions, and I hope everybody in this room, has a great day. Health, wealth, love, peace of mind, happiness, and strength to you all. And, strength and courage, peace and strength, and I hope everybody here, has a great day.
And as long as the bandits exist right outside the campfire's light, then we're always going to need, spears to fight them off, period. Also, I'm not sure if you've seen things like Operation Christmas Drop that they do over in the Pacific Islands. Right, we use a B-32 bomber to drop Christmas presents to the islands over there. It's a tradition that we've done since 1956. So we use weapons of war for something good. It's amazing. We drop medical equipment. Our enemies, as much as they threaten us, they do help us advance into a way that we can help ourselves better, stay protected from them and the world itself. We make the world a better place. It's good stuff. They're the reason we have these airplanes. They're not just for war. question I have for the room is, do you think that Donald Trump should bend the knee to
I'm
NAFTA?
gonna pay you to figure out your
One regards
relationship
to
goals
absolutely.
before
So I
I'm
say,
genuine
fuck yes, I think that guy should release the names.
dollars,
And I don't care all the excuses that have been given, oh, it's gonna harm this, it's gonna destroy that, there's a bigger plan at play, all the things that you've read on Twitter, I don't give a shit. All I care about is the list, and then we put some ropes and some trees and we hang some pedophiles. I said it.
I mean, if we were to hang pedophiles in this country, do you know how many millions of people would have to get strung up?
I'm not sure I see the problem.
James, we don't even do capital punishment. You could be on the train and get murdered by some fucking hobo, homeless person, and that guy is going to sit in prison the rest of his life, and we, the taxpayers, are going to go further into debt to house that fucking guy. There is no capital punishment in this country. There should be capital punishment in this country, but there's not. Instead, there's debt and payments to private prison corporations and to public prisons.
Well, Obama removed that as a capital punishment crime as well. I'm not sure if you know that, specifically sex trafficking and pedophilia. It was at one point, but Obama specifically removed those two clauses from the federal death penalty. What I think we should do is we should add those clauses back. We should take Little St. James, which is Epstein's Island. We should pave it down, plant a bunch of oak trees, and then from those oak trees, we hang the corpses of the pedophiles and warn them, hey, this is what happens in the future. I want them to be known as Pedophile Island. I want their corpses to hang from the trees forevermore. Through all lawful means, of course. Obviously, after capital punishment procedure happens, where they've been found guilty and then hanged in a lawful manner. I'm not talking about vigilante justice. I'm talking about actual justice of our country and nation.
Well, I don't know, there's there's a lot of organizing effort required to do what you want to do, and unfortunately there are no organizers or mass movements, nor does the government, nor does any system actually ever going to do what your projections suggest. So all I can say is, improve yourself, improve the world.
I'm not sure I heard that argument before. There's no type of structure that's going to do it. There's no organization. There is. It's called the United States government. All you have to do is make sure you get the right people in the prosecutor seats to do the fucking job. Obviously, if you vote for the correct people, then you can change the law. I'm not sure why people have this idea of disconnect between the power of our country and themselves. But you do have power. You are the most powerful person in this country. You are a citizen of a republic. That's a core foundation of a republic. There's nothing stronger than a citizen of a republic. There's not a king on the fucking planet that has more power than we as the citizens. And it's why you have to act with that power. And that means that you have to be involved, you have to run for office, vote in office, ensure that you vote for the right fucking people. Because if not, then you get pedophiles in charge with islands full of kids.
Yeah, well, that's espionage, and unfortunately, you're not a lawyer. And when you go before the high court and you realize that you're just a piece of toilet paper, then you'll realize, you know what, I should also probably have a Juris Doctorate so I can be credentialed and represent myself, in this court of law with a little more respect as opposed to just being a citizen.
Yeah, I disagree completely. I think a team of lawyers is the most powerful thing that you can have. There's no reason for you to learn the law. Somebody else has already done it. You as a citizen, have the power to empower an attorney for yourself, and that person can be the largest expert that you can find. I think it's important that we remember that, specifically as citizens of a republic, that you are the most powerful people in the entire planet. Every kings come here to beg for our guidance, for our approval on things. They come here and beg the citizens of this republic for everything that happens in the planet. There's nothing more powerful than you as a citizen. That word, citizen. Don't let them take it away from you, make it mean nothing. It's not a person that exists in the world. It is a structure of this republic. It is an official government position, a citizen.
So, James, how do we, the people, limit lobbyists from essentially padding the pockets of every congressperson so they keep passing omnibuses and sending us $2 trillion a year for votes?
I would say the easiest way to do that would be to ban lobbying completely. Remove all the money from it and allocate money inside of a federal system that is given to each candidate. And only you're allowed to spend that money. $20,000, here you go, you're a candidate. This is what you can spend. And you're not allowed to spend more. You're not allowed to get donations. You're not allowed to get paid. You have this set amount of money that the government is giving you to run for Congress, run for Senate, run for president. And that's the way it should work. It should not be allowed to have unlimited money. Because then you get the pedophiles, illegal money funds that come in, and then they run the country.
How is that a true
republic then if you're going to limit people from being free to spend their money how they want to spend it?
I'm not sure why you think that's something that's part of a republic.
Well, it seems pretty free to me if you're allowed to freely spend your money however you want to do it, if it's the money you
You're allowed. Yeah, nobody has said anything about banning political PACs or organizations that operate outside of a candidacy. I'm specifically talking about the money that a candidate gets for his funds. That there should be a limit on that specifically. There is limits on that specifically for each donor. But what I'm talking about is that the political candidates should be given funds by the government, and only they can use those funds to function their campaign. Now, if other political PACs outside want to take money and do extra political stuff, that is completely okay.
You want taxpayers to fund the candidacies?
Yes, 100%. I think as a republic, that's probably the most important thing, is that we get the best candidates funded, and that every candidate is funded to be able to do it. You want representation, then we need to make sure we fund representation.
Well, I just find it a little crazy that we taxpayers would go to work to fund the campaigns of political, candidates, and then how do you determine who gets the funding, from the taxpayer pool?
Yeah, there's a thing called party selection. I'm not sure if you realize it, but each state has something called party selection. They also have something called where you can, if you want to run as an independent, you have to collect an X amount of signatures. If you collect 500,000 signatures, I think that you've earned the right to run for an office. Yeah, 100%.
Well, James, do you think there's a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe?
I'm not sure the question and the meaning of the context.
It's a spiritual, philosophical question. Do you think that there's a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe? Meaning, do you think that the situation is not already perfect?
The situation is not already perfect. No, not at all. The republic needs improvement, 100%.
So what would be the top 3 ways to improve the republic?
The top 3 ways to improve the republic is to make sure that we understand the civics of what a citizen is. People have lost the meaning of the word. I know we hate the semantics of it, but being a citizen is not just a word to describe people in the world that exist. It is a very specific, lawful term inside of the structure of this republic and most republics. It is the top government official that exists. 2 would be to ensure that we are funding representation, that way billionaires aren't the ones running the country. I know people love it, they're like, oh, they run successful businesses and stuff, but the guy who runs the auto shop down the street might be more intelligent than the fucking billionaire who is an reprobate. There's no reason that we should be excluding the poor guy from representation. Representation should be equal for all of us. That's number 2. Number 3 is enforce the borders, and by that I mean that there should be a trade agreement between us and foreign nations that if you send X amount of illegals this way, then we get Y amount of your land squared. So if you send 100,000 people over here illegally, then we get 10 square miles of your land. You want to join America, we want you to join America, but we want not just you, the people, we want your land as well, the resources that come with it, we want the wealth, and we want to make sure that this country can succeed and survive with you added to it. And we need to expand if that is going to happen. Those are the 3 things as this republic that we need to do to survive.
So could you compress that a little more for us? Maybe just re-summarize.
I'll re-summarize the 3rd one. I think that border trade agreement is the best fucking thing I can ever think of. That if you send people over here, we get X amount of land. That creates an exponential type of agreement where there's more borders, which means more people are following over. Which means there's more exponential increase of land grab that happens as more people try to cross into these new borders that exist in new lands. So their country would be inclined to stop the mass immigration. They would be inclined to make sure that they have the least people going there possible. So when they get where we have less funding on the border of security, they would take over that side. And if there was, then we just get more land and resources anyway. So no matter what, there's a win-win-win agreement for the United States. It's amazing. It's the best deal ever. I think we should fucking do it.
Okay, so when somebody asks you in your constituency, why should I vote for you? What do you say?
Well, it depends. You're asking, like, I think of public events where I'm out there, there's a ton of different fucking people, if I'm going to be honest with you. You have to say some different specific person, whoever you're talking to.
Okay, let's say a Republican voter, registered Republican in your district, comes up to you and asks you, why should I vote for you? What do you say?
Alright, I'm just going to think of what I usually say in speeches. And what I say is that we have had a government for as long as I've been alive, as long as you've been alive, where we saw Twin Towers fall, We saw COVID. We saw draconian measures. We saw the worst of political leadership that has ever existed. And then if we want to continue down that road of failure, then vote for somebody else. But if we want to try to turn that around, if we want to make sure that we correct this path, that we are on the right path for this republic to stand for the next 1,000 years, then we need people that are fighters for this position. And I am a fighter. I've been here fighting the whole time. I use my name as a fucking weapon. Make sure that you support me. Because if you want to fight for this country, there's no better person. The other guys aren't doing it. Jason Smith, for example, 14 years been there. Is it better? Are we better? No, we're not. All he's done is take money and sit there and become a fat cat. We can pick anybody else and we would do better than him. Any other person would be better. So why not pick the person who really wants it? That's exactly what I'd say.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I think you should also add in some numbers from US Debt Clock Network to that explanation, because you can judge a man's character and the performance by the numbers. $2 trillion in debt every year, or $37 trillion since basically 2001. I mean, the cost of debt in this country in 1900, it was like in the hundreds of millions. It's nothing.
You have to remember that the people I speak to don't even know who the congressman is, so a lot of the numbers are just going to fly over their head. So when it comes to like political rallies and speeches, it's mostly rhetoric. Sometimes you put numbers in if it's televised and the people online can read it since it's going to be reviewed later. But the people that are there, they just really want to be passionate. They want to be filled with energy.
See, it's easy to say that there's going to be a debt tribute, but the reality is there's not going to be a debt tribute. The chances of it are very small, relative. But if you look at how much debt has been accrued since 2000, I mean, the only reason why we don't have hyperinflation is because the world reserve currency is the US dollar. They can't deconvert us basically fast enough. Everything is denominated in dollars. The entire stock market, hundreds of trillions are denominated in dollars. So we do live in this very protected bubble and island, which hasn't been broken, economically or fiscally, but it's basically already here. And I don't know, when you look at the actual numbers, even at 107,000 per citizen, or 300,000 plus per taxpayer, I mean, if everybody had to cough up $300,000 who was a taxpayer right now, it would be the ultimate bankruptcy, because we're totally in debt. That's what the negative $300,000 per U.S. taxpayer. So unless borrowing and spending stop and are significantly cut, I mean, we're the biggest hypocrites and the biggest liars. I mean, the whole Congress, everybody, if they looked in the mirror, they're just stealing. They're stealing from the country. They're stealing from every single taxpayer, every single voter, every single month. It's wild.
One thing that I don't think you got right there is that it's not that we would owe 300,000, it's that they would owe 300,000 to most people. I mean, they have to pay out the pensions and Social Security. That's what that debt would be paid out if we had to pay the debt off right now at this exact moment. It would be Americans receiving money. They'd be receiving pension payments, they'd be receiving Social Security payments.
Look how much the borrowers, or the investors essentially, China, Russia, Japan, UK, everybody's invested in our government by essentially lending.
Well, do you remember the Social Security scandal that just happened where there's 2 million fake Social Security accounts that are collecting on auto pay? The reason that is such a problem, remember they stopped talking about it because they're like, it's going to collapse the country if we do it. The reason why is because those payments that are being sent out to these bank accounts on auto pay for dead people that don't exist are then, like I said before, collected into AAA bonds and used as leverage to borrow off of. So they, like you said, it's stolen from us. They put it in fake accounts and then use that money to borrow so that they can screw me and you over off of our dollar. It's fucking bullshit. That's why I love Elon. Thank you for Elon.
Medicare, Medicaid fraud is $100 billion a year, and that's providers doing fraudulent billing. $100 billion a year over 25 years. That's $2.5 trillion fucking dollars. That's a lot of fraud.
When you look at Medicaid fraud, nursing home fraud, Social Security fraud, and all the other frauds that are combined, $1 trillion a year is stolen. That's 1/6 of our total U.S. national budget is literally stolen in fraud. Not taken and misspent, stolen. Stolen away. Enough to fund the entire countries. There's countries that have less than $1 trillion spending that we're funding criminal enterprises with. Crazy fucking shit. And then they say stuff like, oh, if we get rid of the fraud, hospitals will collapse. And I'm like, why do these hospitals depend on the fucking fraud? I'm confused. Why are they so dependent on fraud payments to exist?
it's funny, everybody keeps talking about these rural hospitals, how they're going to shut down, people are going to die. That means that they were only operating because of federal funding, Medicare, Medicaid. Without the free money, they don't even run profitably. So essentially, they're committing fraud.
Yeah, they were existing on fraud, and I'm not sure fraud is a good excuse to go like, oh, we need hospitals up. We can figure out a different way to fund it. And if you stop fucking robbing us, we can pay higher personal property tax and fund it that way.
So what do you think about the xenophobia essentially being projected on we the American people with regards to ICE and alien raids, and even doing roundup and capture with what they call accessory or wrong place, wrong time people who are not on the lists to be rounded up? I mean, do you think the U.S. should suspend habeas corpus, deploy the National Guard in every state, and literally expunge and expel every single illegal alien who's here to leave?
As long as they look Muslim. As long as they look Muslim.
No, you're gonna I'm just joking, that's a joke. No, but I do not think that we should be sending National Guard and suspending habeas corpus. I think there's no reason to do that. There's nothing in the law that says that the illegal immigrants have to wait inside the United States for due process. Every single thing that exists says they can exist in their home country and get their due process through the U.S. Embassy. It's also important to notice that if you charge into a U.S. Embassy that's U.S. soil, you're trespassing. You'll be kicked the fuck out. There's no reason or right that you have to stay. And there's no difference in a U.S. Embassy and our border. So you crossing the border or you running into a U.S. Embassy, you're not going to be allowed to stay. There's nothing in law that says you should. Again, my immigration plan, I want you to be a citizen. I want you to join. I want you to be part of our country. Manifest destiny means that we need you and we need your fucking land. We need all your resources and we need you to be part of this republic. So if you really want to join America, then make sure you support that idea. We're going to trade you for land and we're going to bring it all in. It's going to be beautiful. Mexico will be part of America.
So when you say that Epstein was subjectivist, do you mean that he was not subjectivist and therefore he was more materialist?
I don't know, I just was trying to insult him.
I mean, why do people even say the word objectivist, subjectivist? Like, it's object, subject. One is essentially words, and the other one is material objects. Am I wrong in that analysis?
No, it's just a philosophy. It's not about objectivity. It's about objectivism. It's different.
And you don't think objectivism is essentially materialist? Meaning that they're not looking at philosophy or books and cultural conditioning. They believe they're basically atheists, which is what side of it.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Your description is pretty apt.
They're essentially so what, you can't grasp that concept?
Because she's a woman, of course. It's too complex. She just cares about handbags and finding a good husband.
That's right,
That's right. Well, I haven't cared about that too much because I have only dated shitty people.
Yes, that is true. Yeah.
Aww.
But there's hope for you, Lisa. I think you'll get there. Inshallah.
Yeah, I am already putting myself out there. Going out with a lawyer tomorrow.
Oh, fantastic. Why is this Swiss?
Yeah, Swiss lawyer, yeah.
Oh, no, congratulations. I hope so.
I hope you're dating a lawyer and you're not like bringing him to suit boyfriends that reject you.
So you like to go with a person or you like to
But I just like my life in I mean, like, also I am a little bit torn because she's from my industry, it's a sports lawyer, and we have too many friends in common. I met him like 2 years ago, actually, in Bucharest, and I met him, and then, well, yeah, I don't know, like, I connected with him, but I was thinking more like professionally. Yeah, but lately we reconnected and he's been asking me out and yeah.
No, but I think it's good that you put yourself out there. If worst comes to worst, then you have a...
Exactly, like I'm not going with like any like super intention, you know. I don't feel like that amazing chemistry, but I mean like why not, you know?
No, we see
to a football match tomorrow.
Oh, great. Well, at least there will be some entertainment as well. So.
Oh yeah, that's what I say. Like I'm not worried about it because I mean we're meeting for drinks and whatever, and then we're gonna go to a football match. But I'm not worried because again, like I go to a football match, and even if like there's nothing like to the vibe or whatever, like I already know him and we get along, you know, and we have friends in common, and some friends will be also in our match. So
yeah,
yeah, it'll be amazing. That'll be cool.
Yes, yeah, but I do understand the complexity of having, overlapping networks, because then it's like you can't, it's not that you want to be an asshole, but if you feel like being an asshole, you have to be careful,
Yeah, but that's also good on my side, because if he is an asshole with me, I will not play well for him either.
True.
So it's like mutual, how is it called? Mutual destruction.
Mutual destruction.
Destruction, yeah.
Nuclear weapons under your but I think it's very nice, Isa, that you at least explore a natural connection, because I
haven't, well, the guy that my ex-boyfriend from here from Clubhouse, but I haven't dated people online in like 5 years,
That's very good.
So I only have dated people that I meet in real.
Yeah. And I think that's more natural, because
yeah, 100%.
It's more reminiscent of how it was, before. So people are more careful, not careful, but people are more purposeful when you make a connection in real life, because this swiping here and there, I don't think it's beneficial to anyone. I think it's So good on you, Isa. I'm not kissing your ass just because I was wearing it before. It's just I think it's nice to hear. Yeah. Anyways, guys, what about Bitcoin? Can we talk a little bit about Bitcoin? Just a little bit. I'm worried. It's my father's retirement, and I want to know if I'm going to have to support it financially. Yeah, true. That's very good. What else we haven't talked about besides dating and all that?
This is close to getting from Monday. But Congressman, what was the last best book you remember reading? And why do you have 2 accounts?
Because I was in the shitter. So the last book I read yesterday was The Tao Te Ching and the Tanya, and I was reading it in Abby Eva's room where Bussy was screaming at the top of his lungs, and I just read the book and talked over him. It's like doing a live exorcism. So I want to read something to you from a girl that I took out on a date. I wonder if you'll tell me if you think it's interesting or not. She wrote, "Good morning. Before we move forward, I just want to be upfront. I've been thinking about what I'm really looking for. And while I wouldn't call myself a sugar baby, I do appreciate a partner who's financially generous and stable. Some might call that gold digging, but I see it as knowing my standards. Just wanted to be real so we're not wasting each other's time. What do you think?" I wrote, "So you are a sugar baby, but not a sugar baby, check mark. Well, I'm not a sugar baby. I am hoping to get married one day. I'm dating with intention and seeing what my options are right now. I have certain things I'm looking for, yes, but it depends on the person, our vibe, and long-term life goals." I wrote, "I'm not going to pay you to figure out your relationship goals. If you aren't genuine and authentically yourself, and you don't move unless my dollars move, then there is no potential relationship possibilities. It's dead on arrival." She wrote, "That's okay. This is me being authentic. I like what I like and don't want to waste anyone's time. If that changes your thoughts about me, no worries. And good luck with whatever you end up doing in life." Heart emoji. "P.S. You were technically my second kiss ever, so thanks. Regardless, you seem cool, so I'm sure you'll find someone more aligned with you." I wrote, "Good luck. I'm sure you will find the one you are looking for, but I doubt it will last. It's not a solid rock. It's based on flawed logic and wisdom. Your approach has no intelligence in it. I said you were motivated by money, not wisdom. She wrote, "Thank you for your input."
Wow. Did you notice how her response was she's dating with intention? That's such a robotic, fucking like scripted response. That's a crazy thing to hear from a human
I
being.
know.
That sounds very much like ChatGPT wrote it for her. So
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
Yes. It sounded a lot
We
like.
have people like they're programmed by the internet, so they all like have a hive mind group speak type ideology. Just look at Sabrina Carpenter. All of a sudden, they're all fans. Look at that little boo-boo shit. What the fuck's a little boo-boo? I don't know, but all the fucking women love this little boo-boo now. It's like, holy fuck, there's a chip in their brain that just gets flipped immediately. It's an instant. You're here about nothing one day, and then the next day, it's all they talk about. You're like, what the fuck happened?
Alex.
But that's also a huge white pill, actually, James, because what it shows us is that women in general, they're just going to go with whatever is the current thing. So if tomorrow America became like a staunch theocracy where like women were they essentially handmaidens state, they would just adapt because they're just going to go along with whatever everyone else tells them to do. So it means they are very, very interchangeable. They have very wafty morals, right? They can switch from one day to another, dependent on like how many people at the time currently share those values. So it's all about just surviving. And in this current era, where the culture has been pretty much destroyed, and it's just money and fucking materialism, then of course that's what they're going to do. But if for some reason magically tomorrow we were all going to church and everyone was just respecting their husbands, they would compete to kind of see which one would have the highest virtue in being submissive towards their husbands. So it's all changing all the time. So that's why you shouldn't judge them too harshly, right? So I think sounds bad, but actually pretty good. It's all up to us really to change it then.
Well, I don't think you can change it, Alex. The only thing you can change is yourself. And I agree with you. You shouldn't even judge it, to tell you the truth. It's not even about harsh judgments or soft judgment. It's about non-judgment, meaning that it's more comedy than anything else, that people are so stupid and frivolous and materialistic, because that's also temporal and it's just not intelligent.
But in a sense, it was good that you communicated this to you, because then you don't have to bother anymore, John. You can just move on to someone that's actually better. So we'll see. But it's also hard today, at least from what I understand, because I'm in a committed, relationship, about to head into marriage, and it seems rough out there, especially now, again with social media. Every woman essentially getting validation, or gaslighting themselves into thinking that they are a catch. I can't just swallow them. There's no one with a realistic, sense of what they actually deserve currently. So we'll see how that works out.
A young pretty girl in her early 20s who doesn't want to work is essentially a parasite, and they're looking, for a host, and that's what a fucking a sugar baby is. It's a parasite looking for a host. Yeah.
But again, she's just maximizing, what has been given to her. She hasn't earned it. It's just by virtue of luck, really, that she's in this position, and she's trying to leverage that the best way she can at the moment, before she becomes too old and too ugly to actually do anything about it, right? We can say that, it's immoral, it's disgusting, I wouldn't do that, but in all honesty, we don't know, because we aren't in that position. However, what really grinds my gears here, John, is it's the force. It's the force that think they deserve a supermodel husband with a horse dick, and that buys her fucking round trips around the world. That to me is delusional, and I don't understand where it comes from. This sentiment that they deserve everything they would ever want without having to work for it. Even also, to
So, yeah, that to me is really grinds my gears, really. From the little I understand of this, the current dynamics of the sexual marketplace.
Well, I wrote her. I wrote. Are you writing with ChatGPT? She wrote with this. No, but I'm kind of flattered you think so. I wrote. My friends commented that you sound like a robot. She wrote, "Lol." Okay. I said, "I wish you the best of luck. Truly, I just think the outcome of your approach won't work out well. It's not advanced enough game theory. It's not based on wisdom. It's object versus subject. The subject is the better approach to get the object." See what she writes back. Anyways, see.
I would just put like a Chris Brown song or something like that at her. Something stupid. That's all I would have done.
Well, I wasted my time having lunch with her, and so she wanted to have lunch again today for an hour, and she had to clear her schedule. It's like if somebody is always communicating with you about their schedule and how they have to analyze their schedule to figure out when they can fit you in, it's not a good sign that that relationship is going to work out well. Oh, Mike Moon.
Do you at least have interesting conversation with her, John, or is it just,
Yeah, we had an interesting conversation. I mean, it was actually, I could tell she had terrific or tremendous anxiety. And she kept talking about how much she hates her parents and how she has no communication with them anymore because they're the worst people on the planet. But anyways, this is what dating life is like. To me, it's actually like coming on Clown House and you're actually acting as a therapist in a way for people to do their talk therapy with you. And I'm more than happy to facilitate that role if you're very pretty to look at. I could care less how intelligent you truly are. I mean, if you're pretty to look at, that's like 99% of the reason why I'm there, even communicating with you. But Mike Moon down there in the audience, I came across your PTR on X. I think it was your account actually, but just randomly came across it somehow, Mike Moon. But anyways, yeah, see the thing about relationships and dating is it's really, if everything is a mirror, if you hate yourself or you love yourself, everybody is just like a reflection of your own inner workings. And then you meet, and if you're at peace and you have strength and you're content and happy, and you meet people that have no contentment, it's just interesting being, the therapeutic mirror for that person who is highly stressed to their core and they have no real wisdom or philosophy to rely on because they've spent their whole life looking at TikTok and Instagram videos and they've never actually spent an hour a day reading a book for many years. Or it's the lack of education, which is the biggest fundamental problem in reality. That's my opinion.
Precision education as well. I mean, giving people blanket educations is, how does it go, the Einstein thing? You can't teach a fish to do what a monkey does or some shit.
I don't know. It's just amazing how at 42, I don't know. Sometimes I'm very impressed with young people, and then other times I'm just like, wow, you've read nothing your whole life. I mean, what are you going to work with
I thought we
here?
were doing good until I saw their shoes. I'm not sure what's up with young people's shoes today. I fucking hate their shoes. I don't know who's with me. Their shoes are horrible. Look like fucking hooves.
There's a health crisis as well with young people, and I think it's really because of the COVID-19 lockdowns, as well as the horrible diet in our system. Like it's hard. It requires a lot of work to eat healthy because everything is completely ready for consumption. You don't even have to lift a finger, and so I don't know. Life is just a struggle, And I think if anybody comes on here on this, everything is political. That is the one thing I've really come to the conclusion is like I've disregarded my belief that all communication is hypnosis. I just believe that all communication is political now.
I don't know, it seems like hypnosis because after the Epstein stuff happened, I can't tell you how many times on this app specifically I heard people come on here and say the exact same fucking words over and over and over, but it was coming out of different mouths. And what I mean is there were people going, oh, we should move on, oh, this place is going to fall, oh, isn't it crazy they didn't release it under Biden? And it was just the exact same talking points coming out of 15 different people's mouths, and if they didn't coordinate, if they didn't talk to each other to make that happen, that means it's brainwashing. It is hypnosis. They were triggered,
and the triggered response was lay out a pre-written line that's inside their brain, like muscle memory. That is hypnosis, 100%. So you got it right before. Keep doing the hypnosis shit. Politics is just hypnosis. Again, the trigger words or the trigger signs or whatever it is. It's the same thing like a dog. You tell a dog to sit and you hold your hand up. Inside that dog's brain is a muscle, and that muscle remembers those words and the action that's needed. So it sits. It doesn't even think about it. It just sits. That's called conditioning. It's called brainwashing. And it's the exact same thing that they've done here to real human beings. And we saw it yesterday. I saw it fucking firsthand here where people were spewing the exact same words without coordination or communication of the exact same idea of defense. It was just the craziest shit ever. And I'm not sure why they kept saying it like it was novel. Each time somebody said it, they were like, yeah, that's a good point. I'm like, what the fuck? This is the craziest thing I've ever heard.
You know, some people I don't think are aware of when they create a hostile environment. What they're trying to do is condition the audience or the network. So you could say it's a tactic, but I think some people are just unaware that they're even doing it because they themselves have been conditioned to create hostile environments. So with enough philosophy and intelligence, it's much easier to control an environment with peace and wisdom as opposed to, you know, malignant behavior and malignant communication. There's always outliers within the network who are malignant, and I could be projecting here, but or they have horrible communication skills. There are people who are very aggressive when they are communicated to aggressively. So, you know, when Trump gets angry about the Epstein affair and he blows up at a meeting table, that's actually Trump not being wise. And it is the Streisand effect. Like, if you want something to go away, do not talk about it. Stop injecting it back into the public discourse. So in many ways, Trump is not a fully matured president. And this is what I was hoping he was not going to do, was that he would control the communication, and he would be a master of the communication distribution. He would be the central node. Unfortunately, he doesn't seem to be able to be aware that he can control the discourse, and thus he's getting played again by mostly the media. You know, Biden didn't even communicate with the media. Do you remember that? All those Oval Office meetings where they just ushered everybody
up? Closed off. They didn't take questions, or they come out and only read the thing, they say no questions and walk off.
Yep. And you know, they didn't have to do that, but they allowed the president to get away with that. And Trump should just do the same fucking thing. He doesn't have, you know, he doesn't have dementia, but he can still control the words that come out of his fucking mouth, and he doesn't.
Well, it's like I've been trying to tell people, it's not the list that's damaged Trump. Nobody thinks Trump's on the list. Nobody thinks he's protected him. The real thing is that, like, he comes on there, he's like, everybody needs to move on. It doesn't matter. It's past news. And it's like, who the fuck told you it was a good idea to say that? That's the dumbest thing you could have said. Being completely silent and saying nothing at fucking all would have been 10,000 times better than saying, move on, nobody cares. It's like, what the fuck? Because now he's complaining about his former supporters. And he's like, what did he call them? Heretics. You know, so he's saying that people like me who are talking about this list are heretics now. A religious word that's really weird to use. And it's like, all you had to do was still shut the fuck up. Even after you fucked up with the move on stuff, if you would have just shut the fuck up, it would be over already. But instead, he's continuing. That's what I'm confused about, is why is this old man not shutting the fuck up? Is everybody tell him to shut the fuck up? Like, what the hell?
Well,
again, they're complete silence. They just said nothing at all. Nobody asked to talk about the list. For some reason, he just started talking about it. He sent a memo out. It's like, oh yeah, there's no list. It's like, why the fuck did you do that?
Well, it's all water under the bridge at this point. But I don't think this cat's ever getting out of the bag because Epstein is fucking DEAD. And dead men tell no tales. And I think
so is Virginia.
Yeah, so is Virginia. And, you know, Ghislaine ain't ever gonna fucking squeak like a bird because that crazy bitch is as guilty as Epstein. So she's not gonna talk about all her high crimes. She wants to get the fuck out.
Had the TV in her cell. Yeah, I guarantee she gets out. I guarantee it. So people forget who her dad is. Her dad is MI6 connected, Mossad connected, CIA connected. Like, it's a huge... That's the reason why people think Epstein's connected. Not because of his name or him. or the people he knows, but it's because of her and her dad's connections.
Well, I don't think she's getting out. I don't think she's going to get out. I think they want to control her. And when I say they, I mean the network. They don't want her getting out. I don't know, how much longer does she have?
I have to look it up real quick. I forget. I don't think it's a life sentence.
I wonder if she'll get a pardon or something by Trump on the way out. That's probably, possibly likely, but not likely. It's possible because he knew her and he wished her well. You know, see, you got it from a political science and a political history. All these Trump haters on this app with the TDS who just think he's the devil incarnate, they can't really appreciate his political success story and survival story in many ways. You know, that's the one thing I think.
She's scheduled for release in 2037, but will likely get out earlier than that. 2029 is the estimates because of Florida's release laws. She's in a low-security bungalow prison where she gets her own bungalow that she gets to sleep in at night. Not a cell, a little fucking hut on a little golf course inside of Florida, low-security federal prison. Yeah, she looks better than I do, probably.
I mean, she exercises. She goes out for a nice jog in the sunset. Takes a nice hot shower afterwards.
We'd be in Florida and go out there and take a tan and stuff. It's such bullshit, dude. I'm so serious. Like when I was describing, like when El Norma was on here, he's talking about it earlier. He's like, hey, it was a plea deal. It was this, is that. And it's like, why the fuck don't we regular people get something like that? If you stole $5 worth of candy from the store, they're gonna drop the book on you. They don't give a shit. They're not gonna be like, well, you wanted candy, we're gonna do work release, you know what I mean? You're gonna get the fucking book dropped. They're gonna come at you no matter what, because that's the way that they think.
Well, this is a legal industrial complex we live in and a medical industrial complex we live in. Those are the two biggest money-going professions, and if you don't have money to essentially network that into your legal complications, life is difficult, you know. It's a challenge. You really, if you're born in America, you got to live your life real squeaky clean and as perfect as possible. And that means getting a high score on your ACTs, to getting into a good college, to enter into one of these industrial complexes, whether it's legal or medical. It's the profession that always pays. I mean, it's what it is. This is life. And, you know, Ghislaine had a lot of money. Epstein's estate just got a $118 million tax refund from the IRS. So even the estate keeps paying out. Welcome to reality, James. This is called reality.
I know, isn't it bullshit? The rest of us are all stuck at the bottom. It's like, I mean, it does bring to the question you asked earlier: is when do you turn to? If you're a barbarian at the bottom, a peasant who's under the control of masterful leaders that will never let you get up, when do you, the barbarian, take the stick and kill the masters? That's a good fucking question. I put it that way specifically because the way you worded it was illegal, but the way I worded it is just an analogy. You know, it's some fanciful comparison.
Well,
but you get what I mean.
I was asking a provocative question, but one that all men must, essentially contend with, which is just life and death, and how politics and history. I mean, you could look at the French Revolution, and use that example. But anyways, I mean, to me, the whole thing about the Second Amendment is it's our protection against a tyrannical government, and I would say a government that makes you work 3 out of 5 days just to stay alive, to fund the debt. Like, it has become a tyrannical government in a financial economic sense. But when you look at the 4 years of Biden and the trans LGBTQ insanity, as well as never-ending perpetual wars, I'm just saying that we, the people, do not control what is happening. It is really lobbyists and Congress and Senate and Federal Reserve, which has their own political cartel, which can't be broken because it's that well lubed and that well organized that if Thomas Massey is the only one and a couple other co-signers on his bill against the CBDC, we're fucked. Like, we can't stop this runaway ship, which the captain and the crew are all in cahoots to keep it going. So, I mean, I salute you, Patriot. You know, and I myself am running for Congress, and I hope that we can essentially inject a mind virus into this network if the butterfly effect means anything, I mean, I think we're doing it. Like, I think just it doesn't take that much to actually turn the ship over. And it's possible, that this invisible force called the universe can indeed turn the tide if we can somehow get in touch with it, and inject the wisdom and the truth into this communication, phenomenon in a way.
And the way you described it is like injecting a mind virus. That's very literally what I feel like my entire run for Congress is. The reason I give speeches on stages next to Congressman is I want to make sure the words are heard, because once they're heard, once they're spoken, they sit in their heads. Even if they're not consciously aware of it, there's a subconscious absorption of what you said. And if you make a good enough point, then that absorption will become what we see with the other people. You'll hear them start saying it. Those words will start coming out of their mouths as arguments. So it's definitely injecting the mind virus to try to shut down the Matrix, like you said. I don't know if you say the Matrix, but that's the best thing, the best analogy. To kill the Matrix, to take out the fucking mind virus, or to inject it ourselves, in fact.
Yeah, I think US debt clock is a great way to essentially freak people out. And, I don't believe we have to fear money. And I don't think we have to fear debt, but I think we have to fear the allocation of our borrowing and spending. And when you look at Doge and you see all the contracts within the the Oracle fucking invoicing system, which is what it is. Oracle owns the federal government, and I think Larry Ellison just became like the second richest guy in the world, like over Zuckerberg or something. But the point is certain people who are worth 500 billion, 400 billion. I mean, to me, Bill Gates should be arrested and locked up. I think he is a danger to humanity, to our republic.
I saw something else on your point earlier about the Second Amendment, and they are willing to shoot, kill, bomb, maim, me, you, your wife, your kids, your grandkids, your grandparents. They're willing to kill every single one of us to maintain this system. So it does beg the question of when do we understand the need for us to act in the same retaliatory action. I mean, I don't advocate for it, but if they are killing us and they are willing to kill us, if we want to change it, just to keep it, then should we not be willing to do the same to change it? If we're obviously wanting to change it, we can't do it from death. You can't do it from your deathbed. That's
See, I'm not. You have to remember that if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. And so I am, a very lazy warrior. I think, fighting the war as a general in the background is how you, fight the war and survive. And I don't think that, you have to have superior intelligence. I'm not some frontline soldier looking to make a change here. I want millions of minds infected with my communication before I ever pick up an arm in resistance. So it's a communication war. It is this information war. And there's a lot of information to contend with. And as a public speaker, it's your job to do as much compression as possible for the layman to essentially create this political network that can overturn this runaway ship.
Yeah, we've done it somewhat with MAGA. I mean, that's the reason I got the hat on, even though I've been told I shouldn't probably wear it. It used to have especially by criticisms of Trump. But I believe the movement exists outside of it. Another thing with the Second Amendment stuff, when it comes up to taking arms, the biggest problem we have would be logistical. Like being a general and having soldiers is okay, but there's no logistical structure that you have to even try to fight them. They have the iron plants, the steel facilities, the manufacturing. We would have to take them over one by one just to be able to be operational. So it would take like a massive structure to launch it in the first place to even try to fight them. I mean, like you said, we are at not just we have a knife at our throat, and if you fucking move, they're going to kill us. It's essentially what the situation is. That's why I run for office. I'm trying to remove the knife. And I think you're doing the same thing. Maybe not to remove the knife, stun the guy holding it. Something. We got to do something.
Well, I just think it's like everyone is so lazy, no one is willing to resist. And the people who do pick up the pen and actually have intelligence and can expose, I think it's just so easy to connect the dots, because Open Secrets, the guy I'm running against, Darren LaHood, if you go to Open Secrets, and I filmed videos about his Open Secrets, about how much money he's collected from corporations and from PACs, and you just look at who the donors are, and you look at his communication from his office, it's all essentially propaganda for vaccines, for health insurance companies, and those are his main recipients. So the guy straight up told everybody, get vaxxed now or this pandemic will never end and you can't go back to work. That type of insane type of communication, which to me is traitorship, because if you look at the adverse effects, like all the information is out there. A lot of people are just in total denial and they don't even want to discuss that information. It is what it is. This is a communication war, and I'm creating content right now. Communication, which just a few people will watch. We did get a lot of thumbs up on this communication transmission, but people say to me, they're like, do you even work? I'm like, have you ever run for Congress? Do you know how much communication is required to run for Congress, to even try to break through the shadow banning, through the spam filters? Like, I'm basically labeled as spam. The opposing party is not labeled as spam. It's a tremendous effort to try to break through to the voters online, let alone doing actual in-person events. But my to-do list, I'm going to actually post on Craigslist to try to find local political activists. I don't care if they're Democrats or independents or Republicans, but getting people on the ground to do in-person debates and online town halls to create communication to oppose Darren LaHood in my district. I mean, it's things I'm doing. And it's, the most amazing thing about running is, or really about any job, which is technically a communication job, is you can do it in your underpants in your home office. So all this commute and all this work from home, bullshit, it is what it is. I mean, we're living in the digital age of communication, and most people's jobs are just communication jobs, and they're just fucking secretaries. So going to an office, we're living in this horrific matrix, which the internet communication should have solved like 80% of people's commute, but it hasn't. And the network or the matrix demands compliance of showing up in person to do a communication job. So this is what Congress is.
And the reason they do that is because if they don't have the building to tax for property taxes, they lose a giant source. Like you just said, it's the matrix. They need the money. So you have to go out and waste your time at work and do shit out in the car and do all that crap just so they can collect taxes. Because if you work from home, they don't get it.
Yeah, the system needs reformation, and it needs truth tellers to actually describe the situation accurately, which is the matrix. And the internet really was supposed to be that new liberation theology. Unfortunately, we continue to pay these communist Marxist terrorists to educate our children. In Chicago, 55% of all property taxes go to paying off teachers to do essentially babysitting for your non-educated child that you have to send there to. I mean, that to me is one of the biggest problems, is the educational system. Police and fire are huge recipients of pensions and salaries, but they're protecting your home and they're protecting your life. These teachers are destroying your life. They're taxing you to death and giving you inferior education, which will result in no new innovations and really is just low-grade dog food hypnosis for stupid people and to house them. Again, they're babysitters. The internet can revolutionize education. I don't know, it's hard to even say that the cell phone and laptops can really educate us. I really think that books are the way to go. And we need to reinvest in libraries and providing leadership on education, to actually lead the children through the educational process, which is called reading. I don't know, what was your education like, your junior high and your education? I mean, I don't think mine was that bad because we didn't have cell phones then, there was no distraction.
I had cell phones, but I had competitive ideology when it comes to education, so I liked dominating my classmates with my ability to learn. Wasn't very good at sports and stuff like that. I mean, I've always been a communicator, so becoming class president was my main goal. I did everything I could in a competitive sense, and then winning was my entire thing. So I definitely have I took AP classes from junior high all the way up. I tried to make sure I took the most advanced stuff. I would say AP history, U.S. history, world history, those things like that, which are AP classes. They were a little bit more complicated when you had to write essays for it, but I enjoyed it. I loved it. It was amazing.
Well, I think everything is top down. I mean, the federal government is withholding funds from Chicago. I hope they withhold funds from every single Democrat sanctuary city. You know, to me, this is like the most critical moment in American history. This is the turning point, the linchpin, the catalyst, and it's the Trump administration. But I just fear that they're not going to go far enough to rectify the situation. But in some ways, I'm also very pro-greedy in terms of spending. But I just fear that we're giving the money away, and it should be redirected to us, the people, through tax cuts or direct compensation. Like, I believe in liberty checks and maybe limited. See, the problem is Congress and the Federal Reserve. I think that if we could enema them and reverse engineer what they're doing, it would be better for we the people. I mean, with 46 million people on food stamps, that's like 50 million people living in poverty. And I don't believe in just raising them up through wealth redistribution. I just think that the flow of money is fucked up. I mean, the amount that the State Department passes out internationally still, the amount of weapons and the funding that we're sending to war, to all these wars. I mean, let's rectify these wars and redirect the flow back to development and investment here. I mean, let's build super cities in America. Let's use the money for us, for internally, within the perimeter of these continental states. I don't know, to me, everything is outward facing, and senators and congress people, they're just the biggest fucking grifters and shills, and nothing is inward facing. I believe that we need to go within if we want to solve our problems internally.
Yeah, they don't want to expand resource capture. Another thing is they also focus on like high density population housing for no reason at all. When like if we focus our infrastructure and our budget here or domestically, like you're saying, we don't have to have apartment complexes that stand 100 feet tall. Expand the city out fucking 10 miles. There's no reason not to. They have fucking billions of dollars to do so. Build single family homes that go out further. There's no reason that we should have what I call slave complexes, because they're basically plantation housings being used as like cities to house what we call poor. And that's only because they can maximize their potential earnings out of that tax basis inside of one small complex compared to multiple townships that exist, you know, with single family housing. It's all a big fucking scam. And that's like you said, they focus it internally, you know, profit. Capitalism's great, but consumerism is what we are as a society. And that's what we should focus on, is the consumer aspect, not capitalist aspect, but consumer aspect. That should be the focus of our economic system. We should be looking for the best consumer experience, not the best capitalist experience. As a consumer, the best experience is single family housing, a yard. There's plenty of fucking space. There's no reason we should be continuing outward. Or even solar panel attachments for housing. Now, I don't believe in solar panel like community solar panels. They should be given to each family housing for emergency use. They're not very effective. That's the reason why. And the chemicals that go for it, beryllium, super fucking expensive, super rare, more rare than uranium. It's super crazy shit. So solar panels all over the place don't work. But yeah, there's many things that we can focus our $6 trillion infrastructure on, other than paying people's pensions. That's what we use on. Instead of development and infrastructure, we're just using it to pay people to not go to work. Don't show up to fucking work. They don't have a reason to show up to work. Their jobs are not even essential. They have nothing they do. Most people sit around on their fucking asses all day, what we call the federal employees.
Well, most federal employees are actually just form fillers. They don't do anything productive. They literally just do data entry, like our friend Zenamini down there. He describes his job as being data entry. And if you go to a doctor's office, you realize pretty quickly that most doctors are actually just doing data entry as well.
What about pharmaceuticals they prescribe?
Yeah, I'm willing to.
I would be surprised if on their list when they give a prescription out, they have a little dollar sign so they can see how much they just made on giving you the prescription.
I'm willing to bet that 80% of all big pharma recipients could actually get off of their prescriptions if they only changed their diet and went to the gym every day.
Yeah, but these things just aren't profitable, though.
Well, it's not about. The problem is the country is completely bankrupt. At $37 trillion in debt, we're just borrowing and spending. It's not a real economy. 40% of the economy is all generated artificially by borrowing from the Federal Reserve. That's almost half the entire economy is essentially just borrowing and spending to really the debt, which is at 100 trillion. And a lot of these pensions, like in Chicago, I just saw a good breakdown. I would say that the problem in Chicago is the same problem federally. And so the whole problem with this borrowing and spending is we're also taxing at a very high rate already, and we're already completely bankrupt. So I'm just saying that the future doesn't look good for young people because they are essentially slaves already. They're not born into liberty, they're born into debt and slavery, into unfunded liabilities and funded liabilities. So the situation is so dire that if we don't have politicians that can just constantly talk about the financial crisis, which doesn't look like a financial crisis because we just keep borrowing to kick the can down the road, you're not living in reality. You are living in a communication hypnosis matrix of slavery. So if you have a bank account with $100,000 in it right now, you technically have $0. You really actually need to be a millionaire now. Otherwise, just based on a $75,000 a year income, you will never, ever be able to essentially achieve the good life or the American dream. You will always be a slave.
Yeah, there's a reason why you have a limit on what you can pull out, and they have to make it fruitful for high amount transfers. And the reason why is because your account is not your account. It was taken, it was placed in a bond, it's being leveraged, it's being traded, it's being sold left and right for the government to make money off of. It's the craziest fucking system I've ever heard of, but for whatever reason, your money's not your money when you place it in the bank.
Yeah.
And they're borrowing off of your dollar. And then if they fucking screw it over, that's why your interest rates, like a savings account, it's better to do. Because that's actually a higher rate if they put in a savings account, they give you an interest rate. They're making trillions off of it, they give you a 1% interest rate, right? It's like, here's your pennies for the fucking 100K that you have in there. We made 90K off of it.
Yeah, it really does benefit those who are in power. I mean, it's a very unfair system at this point, and it's again, the only weapon I think we have in changing the situation and making maybe more of a level playing field or preserving the American dream is just through communication. I don't think that communication and education, I don't think there's any other way to maybe change it. Like, I mean, you could look at Rand Paul and Ron Paul and Massey, and their economic analysis is far better than what Bernie Sanders or Mamdani wants, because they just want to expand the debt. And Chairman Powell says that we don't ask Congress for monetary policy, and we don't give fiscal policy, meaning we don't tell you what to spend the money on, and we don't want you to tell us how to create the fake currency. And so we live in this incredible time of digital database deposits where you can wire transfer BlackRock and Bank of America and Wells Fargo and JP Morgan Chase hundreds of billions of dollars in the moment of fiscal crisis. And in the 08 bailouts with Obama, this is why Obama is the biggest fucking snake in the grass ever. It's really those 08 bailouts where he basically re-solidified the banks and gave them cash infusions. Now, supposedly the banks paid.
Car lots, you just bail out a bunch of people that were using fake bond accounts. It's crazy shit.
Yeah, there's going to be another financial crisis in this country. The banks have so many derivatives that are essentially unregulated that, what's her face, that stupid bitch Pocahontas, she claims that the cryptocurrency market could create the next fiscal crisis. And you know what? She's probably right. But doesn't mean she's still not a stupid bitch. So the point is accurately describe the situation, and maybe the situation will improve.
And the reason why she's right is because the more that the money moves over to the Bitcoin, that's not part of the bond system. There's no bonds that's traded that way. It's not the way it works. So that's outside of their leveraging borrowability. It does weaken the dollar and their ability to borrow it. That's why cryptocurrency is considered to be the strongest thing for regular people, because it gives us the ability to control its tax. They can tax it still, but they can't place it into bonds the same way. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It takes the power away from it. There is a way to fight back. We just have to do it correctly.
I don't know. I believe that my preservation is the American preservation, and you know, if you're not patriotic or you don't believe in essentially fair play, um, you know we're getting gamed. It's brutal. I mean, the IRS and the income tax and compliance and then retribution, and let alone selective auditing and punitive actions. Like, it's a horrible system that we live in. There's no liberty here. Like, the individual gets crushed. Meanwhile, the corporations and through lawfare, I mean, uh, prosecutorial misconduct and lawfare and lawsuits as the punishment. This is why I say Republicans need to really bring down hellfire in the legal system for a lot of the worst offenders over the past 20 years. And this is the time for Trump and the DOJ to make big moves against a lot of his political opponents. And I don't know why they're not doing it, or maybe they're doing it and they haven't done it yet.
Well, I'm going to be honest. From the moment that Donald Trump came down the escalator, while I believed in the movement of MAGA, I did not believe that Donald Trump would be the guy who would get us over the finish line. I did not think it 1 second. I thought that he's the person to lay the foundation, and that from there on, we would have to carry this on. We are the next people, the next movement. He's just a polarized force that got it together. We existed before it, and now we have a communication network that does exist. There is a massive network of MAGA, of these specific type of Republicans that I'm describing, like you said, patriots of this country, that can communicate and have organization ability that did not exist before. So we will survive when Trump is gone, and that is the key to our future, is to make sure that we do. Because again, his term ends, 3 years from now? It's like the guy's going to leave eventually, and somebody has to continue it on, and he's not going to be there to do it. And they're not going to do it. The congressmen and senators and those fucking rhinos are waiting for him to leave, because then they hope that we die off, and we can't let that happen. I don't think it will. I think that we are stronger than ever. I think that we're in the best position ever. I don't think that Donald Trump is ever going to do it. It is definitely us who has to do it, and we have to survive to be able to achieve it.
Yeah, do you know what the punishments are?
Like 10 years ago. Well, think about 10 years ago. Did you trust the government at all? Maybe 12, 15 years ago, I should say. You didn't trust the government. You didn't trust anything they were saying. Like voting, most people didn't even get out to vote. For some reason, Donald Trump polarized our specific base, this specific group of people, to say, you know what, we're getting involved. And we got involved. We made a coordinated effort. I mean, it's the most powerful group of people I've ever seen in the world. God bless us.
Well, I lost all credibility in the government when Barack Hussein Barry Soetoro Obama became president. That's when I realized that we have traitors in this country. We have liars. We have thieves. We have the most despicable people.
Keep Obama in president. Thank you.
Yeah, that's when I knew that we were really had very weak and fraudulent leadership and deceptive, possibly covert espionage in our midst, where it wasn't authentic and genuine. Obama really put a fucking sour candy
Obama's
on
goal
it.
was to fundamentally reshape America.
Well, to be honest, we had a defeatist mindset under Obama. We actually thought that it was over, that we had lost. Nobody thought, we're going to come back and fight this. Everybody thought, this is it, we fucking lost. And for some reason, Donald Trump came along and we decided we didn't lose, we're still in this fight. And we've kept it going. We're in 2025 and 2026. It's amazing shit. If it wasn't for Donald Trump in that polarized moment to unite this group of people together, then, and as bad as he is now with the Epstein list or whatever the hell you might have a disagreement or agreement with him on, we are still organized. And because of that, we survived. If we didn't, we would have just been defeated. Again, we were in a defeatist mindset 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012. We thought it was over. The game was won. The shadow government is in control. And we came back, and it's inspired a new morale boost that has never existed before. It's amazing.
Well, the morale, I think, is there. I mean, it's well organized, but it still seems like a minority based on the numbers. But the amazing thing about minorities and majorities and how they interact together is that there is a union, seen and unseen, between. This is like what the Tao is. I don't know if you've ever read the Tao Te Ching, but it's a very political book. And I think the Democrats, have essentially, the Democrat industrial complex is vast and huge, and it's not going away. So The problem is within the Republican Party is it's actually just a bunch of Democrats pretending to be what they call Republicans, which is the opposite of a Democrat. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of opposites in the Republican Party. They're mostly just sellouts who passively work with the Democrats in terms of budgets and spending allocation. And so I don't know. It's a good time right now. They just cut three major, funds: PBS, USAID, and I can't remember the third agency that got cut. But
well, you're talking about them being a unified party. If you look up the International Democratic Party, you'll find that both of our systems, Republican and Democrats, are part of the International Democratic Party. They are the same party under the International Democratic Party, which is headed in Germany. A bunch of parties are part of it, Labor's part of it, but both the Republicans and the Democrats in our Congress are part of the International Democratic Party.
Yeah, that seems weird. I didn't know about that.
Crazy shit. I know, I teach people a lot of things. I find information, I'm not sure why, but yeah, International Democratic Party is the name.
What's weird,
I found it weird when I found that Ronald Reagan was part of it. And I was like, what the fuck? And that's when I found all the Republicans that were on the list. And it's like, so we're all part of this international party. I don't understand what the fuck this is. And it's headed in Germany.
Wrong with that.
I don't know.
That's fine. Nothing wrong with that.
well, the cool.
No, neither of them were fine. Not at all.
Well, let me ask you this question. A lot of people think the Constitution was written in 1776. My point is, if the now is all important and the now is all there's ever been, the Constitution wasn't written in 1776. It's written now. So if you do want the magic power of America in your back pocket, I would encourage everybody to get a pocket-sized Constitution.
Don't you know the everlasting wow is happening right now? Oh.
Yeah. The eternal wow is now.
I do like that sentiment that you said. It wasn't written in 1776, it's written now. It is a document. It exists now. It changes now.
Yeah, it's kind of funny if you read the Constitution, there's so many holy words in it that it does actually seem like a mystical document.
It is mystical. It reminds me of a Roman document. When I envision our republic, and there's a reason I use those words. When I talk about the republic and we are citizens, I'm trying to invoke an image of Rome because we're very similar to that and that importance of what a citizen was.
Yeah, I read the Declaration of Independence on July 4th, and the thing about Sam Adams, Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, like that history is now. And so this is the craziest thing about when you listen to these liberal Democrat Marxists on this app. They never talk about any of these things. They're not interested in Washington or what the actual virtue, morals, ethics, wisdom is of the founders, or what wisdom even is. So if you are interested in wisdom, you have a serious linguistic one-up on all of these insane people on this app, or even in generalized politics, who aren't interested in wisdom. And to me, the more you study wisdom, the better of a politician you will become.
A lot of them, they see George Washington as like a caricature, a cartoon character. He's not. He's the most important founding father that we have, and I hold him up in a reverence almost of like a holy position when it comes to the republic. He is the first Caesar. He's the one that was offered the crown of America and said, no thank you. The one that said we shouldn't have alliances that last forever. The one that said that political parties are evil. The only independent president to ever hold the office, George Washington.
So
that's right, I'm a George Washington fan. You can tell by the way I talk about it.
These are some Bible passages. This is Joshua 1:9. It says, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be frightened, and do not be dismayed. For the Lord your God is with you wherever you go."
That would be big if true.
See, this is neurolinguistic programming, and whether you think it's true or not, it still impacts your brain. This is Romans 12:2. It says, "Do not be conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind, that you may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God." So I think the more wisdom you have, the greater your will. And your willpower, or your power of will, or what's the Nietzschean expression? Will to power, right?
Will to power.
Yeah. So if God is power, the more you study God, the greater your political power. That's my opinion.
Yeah, even though I may be Jewish, I do believe that the most holy act that you can do on earth in serving to God is to enact yourself as a political power, to run for office, to vote, to do those things. It's his world. He wants you involved in it, and I do believe as a Republican that that's what that connects to. That's the reason why you need to use that power, and that's what it means when God is with you. As long as you are part of the government and helping run it, then there's guidance that you will receive. No get a little religious there, but it's amazing stuff. And that's not Jewish at all, what I just said. I don't know. I call it republicanism. It's almost a faith I have. So it's like a paladin type faith. You know, it's not a religion.
You know, there is a book that kind of like got me. I don't know. It was one of the first books that was given to me in university when I started studying political science. It's called Republicanism from Philippe Petit. It was a very, very good book. I actually have it still here with me. That one, plus the Austrian School of Economics, have become like my Bible for philosophy.
Yes, the book you just named, Republicanism, I forgot you. I forget the name that you said there. That's the one that convinced me that the Republic itself is like a holy structure. There's nothing more connected to God, at least in this sense of duty that you have.
I don't know if I would make it that part. You know, you're sounding just like a Yukon, you know, like old religious crazy, and none of
No, you have to disconnect the religious
You're sounding a little gay.
You have to disconnect the religious part. It's not natural God. It's not natural.
James, breathe. None of these guys were religious, is what I wanted to say. And there is no religion in any of these philosophies.
Yes, I'm agreeing with what you said there. I'm not saying that is what they have argued. What I'm saying is that starting a church, doing this, doing that, charity, doesn't do the same thing as organizing a government that helps protect from the barbarians on the outside, that helps ensure trade around the trade.
They weren't religious, but we should form a religion based upon religion.
No, I'm saying that it is more real than any religion. That this is a concrete physical structure that exists and that you should be part of and take care of because it's real. Not because it's some religious thing. Remove all religion that you have. In fact, religion is somewhat in the way, if I want to be real.
You want to make something dogmatic, something that should be completely organic. I mean, like economics. Economics happens completely organically in voluntary transactions amongst individuals, and that is the most moral thing, to allow people to choose what to do with their I don't know, possessions, their capital, and whether they are right or wrong, allow them to make mistakes. That's what the free markets are.
Let me just
so
quote.
There is no like a formula for these things to work. It's just allowing all the pieces of the puzzle to fall into
There
place.
is a formula. It's the prophet formula. Okay, let me quote the book of James. This is 3:17. James left, but this is what it says in the book of James. It says, the wisdom from above. Yeah, you don't like the Bible, Issa? This is English training for you. This is called wisdom. Well, I hope your date with the lawyer goes well. This is what the book of James says. The wisdom from above is first pure, then peaceable, gentle, open to reason, full of mercy and good fruits, impartial and sincere, and a harvest of righteousness is sown in peace by those who make peace.
That's a lot of wisdom.
Yeah, that's what you don't hear on this app. You just hear birds running their mouth, chirping.
And you're listening to all of these birds, and you're spamming all our platforms with our chirping.
Yep. There's no point in listening to spam unless I can redistribute spam.
I'm pointlessly consuming spam.
Can you imagine people go to the dollar store and buy cans of spam?
Yeah, you just have a phone and that's
I've never
what
eaten
kind of
spam.
So Issa, what I'm telling you is, if you want to stand a chance with this lawyer, don't go over there and tell him all about your policies and your ideas. opinions, concepts, that relationship will not become fruitful because you're not basing that relationship on peace.
I can never talk really with my immediate friends or my immediate circle about politics because they differ all with me, from me. Like the other day, I went with this friend to a match, and she was, I don't know, like because it was also a final of the match in the USA, and we had friends that were there, and she was mentioning that Trump was in that match, and I made a comment about Trump, and she got offended, and she's like, oh, can we please just change the topic? I wouldn't like to talk about Trump. And it's like, yeah, I cannot express my thoughts, with my immediate.
Wait, because that they are so triggered?
She hates Trump.
She hates Trump so much she can't even be reminded that he exists.
She rejected a job in the US for one of the leagues because Trump is right now president. And
oh my God.
Oh my God.
What a shame. Oh my God.
And she feels unsafe in moving to the US under Trump. It's ridiculous.
See, it's Voldemort. You can't say his name near somebody.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the case. So I have sometimes I have friends over, like for drinks or dinner or whatever, and I have these very big bookshelf, and a lot of these, some of these books I have like 4 or 5 books that are about Trump, and some others on politics. I love politics and I love philosophy. And all of them are, of course, not woke because they are talking about communism and how bad is communism and the war on the West and I don't know, the famines in China, and I have like 4 books on Trump, and I don't know, and they come to my bookshelf and are like, oh, these books you have, and when they see that I have Trump books, they go like, wow, you can see their face, and they don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, my favorite
That's
thing
very
is
sad.
with my MAGA hat. I've never had a greater experience than somebody I've never seen one in real life. It's hilarious.
Yeah, that was the case with a friend of mine. So she came and she was moving to Zurich, and so she crashed at my place for like, I don't know, a week or so while she was looking for her apartment, and that's what she did. And we were in Japan about a year ago, and she was there because she's not the one that is my friend, it's the boyfriend is my friend. But of course I get along very well with the boyfriend, and I was helping her. But when we were in Japan, and there was this other guy, also from our friend group, who loves Trump. And I loved being like all the time with him, because I could actually speak about these things. But when Stefan and I would talk about these things, like they would be like, oh, yeah, let's not talk about politics, or let's talk about something else. And she would feel, I think that when she met me at first, she would look scared, of my ideas. Then we became friends. She saw I wasn't evil or anything. But it's just like how brainwashed these ideologies.
Isa, I know you've been talking about this all day, but can you give me your take on the Epstein thing?
So.
Like, do you think he was part of Mossad?
So hold on. I don't know. I think that there are a lot of assumptions, and you cannot really like clearly put pieces together. Of course, I think it is very fishy and very suspicious. All of it. I was listening yesterday to the commentary of this guy Mike, I think it is Benz. He was talking with Charlie Kirk, and I did like what he said. He was saying that he was not directly an intelligence asset, meaning that he was passing through intelligence to the CIA and the Mossad or whatever, although they might have been using him as a financier. And so the role of this type of financier, which is the profile that Epstein has, is that so these intelligence agencies, they don't directly fund let's say operations or research or investigations or intelligence that it's in their interest, that they don't fund them directly. So they look for people that have got the means, that are wealthy, and that are willing to put their money, like for example in universities or in our NGOs, so that they're funding these initiatives where they can gather intelligence. And what he was saying is that Epstein was working more like this in getting the people together, that because he had a very good network and financing this stuff that the agencies had interest in, and that was his role. And he made also a good point that if he had been the one trying to blackmail people, I mean, how quick do you think that would have been dissolved? People that know his blackmailing lawyers are not going to keep hanging out with him. So I think that there are pieces that don't match. And yeah, I'm not saying he was not a pedophile. I'm not saying that the island wasn't there. I'm not saying necessarily that Mossad and MI6 and CIA and all of these were not involved, but maybe not in the way that we think, like using him. I don't think he was an intelligence agent. And another thing, just the last thing that goes in my mind is like, how when they catch like a narco and they bring him to, I don't know, let's say the CIA, and then they offer them a deal if they help them with intelligence to bring down like the whole network. I think that is what might have been the case also with Epstein. Like he was doing his dirty stuff and then he was caught and they got stuff on him, and then they were using his activities in order to gather both, I don't know, like knowledge and intelligence on other people, but also on the financial stuff. I don't know, I think it's in a way, it's much more complex and more simple at the same time, that all these conspiracy theories that people are trying to put together. Also, when you look at the relationship, for example, he had with Israel, he was not receiving money from Israel. He was, in any case, he was funneling money into the guy's campaign, the guy that was prime minister before Netanyahu. So he had interests in Israel just like any other Jew, of like having influence or whatever. And he was financing and helping this guy with his campaign politically. But the money was flowing from Epstein to him, not the other way around. But I don't know, like, of course there are a lot of stuff that are being hidden. It's still fishy. There is some cover up, but I don't want to assume or to be so certain, of or
Yeah.
I know.
Thank you for that.
Like everybody else.
I think the people who are convinced that Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad agent and they're like, they know for a fucking fact.
Yeah.
I think those people are stupid.
Like Tucker and Canons Owens, they are both going completely crazy, like completely asserting that they know he was Mossad, whatever. Yeah, he might have had some connections. Well, he was a Jew. I mean, like Ghislaine Maxwell is Jewish, and her dad allegedly was part of Mossad as well, suspected to have been part of Mossad. So yeah, of course he will have contacts with Mossad, but maybe not necessarily consciously or like too evident. I don't know.
Well, if you mention the MI6 connection with Epstein to those exact same people, they're just disregarding that completely. They don't care if Prince Andrew was there on the island. They don't care that he had extensive network connections in the UK, and a little place right down the street from the Prime Minister. Like, they don't care about that stuff. They just care that he had the last name Epstein, so he had to be Mossad. It's like, so why would he be Mossad meeting with the Prince of England? He seems more MI6 connected than anything.
Yeah, as I was saying, he was a financier, or however you pronounce that word. He used to be a connector, and making the money flow. But yeah, I mean, I don't think we will ever know. But honestly, I don't think it is as dark as the worst conspiracy theories that they're putting out there. And I just see that a lot of people are taking advantage of the fact that he was a Jew and in a theory, just observing how it evolves. But yeah. But also, another weird thing is that girl that died, well, the woman that died that was allegedly the victim of his. So she also complained about other people. One of them is this Dershowitz or whatever, however his name is pronounced. The guy that was the lawyer of Epstein, or was it another guy?
Yeah.
Alan Dershowitz.
But
That's drug lawyer.
Yeah, but he was brought to court, and they went. I mean, they sued her and whatever. And they
You know what his statement is on that accusation? His statement is, "I wore shorts the entire time for that massage." That's his statement. He said he basically admits that he was there. He got the massage. The girl gave it to him, but he wore shorts and they never had sex. And it's like bullshit, fucking shit, dude. You got naked for that girl. You're like, if you got the massage, I know you went full fucking force. I know that you did the whole thing. There's nobody else who got the massage. The massage is the key fucking part of the molestation.
Yeah, I don't know. There are. I mean, didn't that guy win the case?
He was given immunity at the end of the Epstein trial in 2008, 2009, whatever it was. So him and a bunch of other people were given legal immunity. Not like their names were cleared. They were literally given explicitly immunity to these exact crimes they were accused of. For whatever reason, never before done, but they got it.
But Megyn Kelly, well, she has done a lot of research on this, and she also talks about this, and she says that apparently, like, this lady was very shady in the version of her things that a lot of cases had, and she was actually kind of like trying to get people involved, and she might not have been all that sane, in her head. So I don't know. In the end, it's all like what she said against what he said. And of course, it's
I don't know. He admitted to the massage itself and said his excuse was, "I was in my shorts the whole time." I just call total bullshit. I call total bullshit. That's the worst excuse I've ever heard. That's like Obama. I smoked the joint, but I didn't inhale. Like, bullshit. We know you inhaled. Who the fuck doesn't inhale it?
And I think also if they don't have anything, they should show the evidence that they don't have anything. And it's not like, I mean, like, how do you do that? Well, releasing whatever it is that they have, of course, protecting victims and not showing porn videos or whatever. But I'm sure that there is documentations and there are reports and there are things that can show, yeah, listen, this didn't take us anywhere.
Well, the worst excuse I've heard from them is that if we expose the list, that it would take down banks, and it would take down governments, and it would take down Republicans and Democrats. And it's just, that's the worst excuse I can think of, is like, oh, these powerful pedophiles are needed for our society to function, so we can't do anything. I call bullshit. I just say that's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, but you also need to be open to the possibility that the narrative has been driven, and built, and that there actually the story might not unfold the way you were expecting.
I don't know. I also hear people saying stuff like that, like, "Oh, trust the plan. We're doing something larger." And it's just like these pre-scripted excuses don't do anything for me. I've heard it about 40, 50 times now, and they're not changing my mind. I do not believe in the idea of move on.
If anything, no, I'm not saying move on. I'm saying that the story might, if they reveal the stuff, it might not unfold as you were expecting. Now, I think that the administration, the way that they have handled this, has been very problematic. And Meyer was saying it earlier as well, that Pam Bondi has demonstrated a lot of incompetence in how she has managed this, and like the way that she was creating a lot of expectation without even knowing if it's true what she says, without even knowing what were on those files. And so I do believe that she needs to go. She needs to get fired if they want to gain trust again, because I don't think the people will keep trusting the DOJ if she keeps that this is not as big as we were imagining, but it might be, you know. Now, I also don't believe that in full disclosure, you know, and full transparency, because the government can never be full transparent, you know, with you. That's the reason for the existence of intelligence agencies. But yeah, I mean, like, that's my take. I think that they have handled things very poorly. I think that Tom Bondi has been very incompetent. She has not done a good job. And yeah, I think she should be fired.
So I just want to say, you know, since it's not going to be as big as we think it is, I want to remind you that in the initial case of the videos that they did review, which they did have videos, they've already said it, that they identified over 1,000 different victims that were part of this scandal. 1,000 different girls between the ages of 12 and 17 that were molested in this manner by this man, by clients, other people that they said were in videos. The police officers of Florida said that they reviewed these things. The ones that you have to remember, it wasn't feds that got it. It was regular cops. Somebody's mom called the regular cops 911 and said, "Hey, my kid was molested," and they did an investigation, went up there to the island on their boats and busted his ass. And that was covered up then by the feds and by the state attorney general of Florida at the time. Over 1,000 different victims. So I do not think that it's going to be smaller. I think it's going to be massive. I don't know where Pam Bondi was at that time. I have to look
Yeah, it was at that time. She was the general prosecutor, whatever it is, general attorney of Florida back in the day. That's also another one of the controversies. It's like, okay, she was aware of all of this, and now she's the general attorney or whatever in the U.S., and she's hiding it. I mean, like, why is she doing that? And was she aware of anything before?
Yeah, you look to be correct. In 2011, she was the attorney general.
Yeah, she is.
And now all of a sudden she's the, yeah, it's not fucking good. We have the person who gave the guy immunity saying there's no list. It's the worst possible outcome I can think of.
That's why I'm telling you, like, she needs to go. I don't know what her reasons are, and whether she's following, I don't know, instructions or the law or whatever, but everything is very fishy and everything is like being managed by her. She hasn't been able to manage expectations, she hasn't been able to communicate, she hasn't been able to do a good job. It's like, and I would put there Judge Janine.
Yeah, I had to look it up. Pam Bondi did not head the prosecution in Florida of Jeffrey Epstein for some reason. She just decided not to. The state police took that case to the feds instead of New York and federal court in Florida, and went over her head and got the prosecution that we saw land him in jail where he ultimately killed himself. So it does appear that Pam Bondi was directly involved in the protection of this fucking pedophile, 100%. Not just the pedophile network, this specific pedophile, Jeffrey Epstein.
My question is, like, you know, Maxwell's family just put in a lawsuit simply for, like, produce the writ of habeas corpus, produce the body. If there is no list, then why the fuck is she in jail?
Well, she was convicted of sex trafficking. She's on some of the videotapes. But then the question comes:
what videotape? I've never seen the videotape.
You're not going to see videotapes of it. It's not them exploiting children.
Really, because it never got put in. It never got put into evidence in the court case.
No, in 2015 there was evidence of videotapes. The police officers said they reviewed tapes.
Yeah, I'd like to see the videotapes. That sounds like a very titillating videotape. I'd like to see it.
You're not going to see it. It's exploitation.
I'd like to see it.
It's the law for you to watch something like that.
I enjoy watching it.
That's sick. You're sick.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
Hey, me too. But the ideology is such evidence.
Are you being offensive?
Why is that?
You know,
like trying transcribed.
Stat me, I'm public house is good here this morning. Would you believe me? I've just written them up. Oh, sir. You saw me, sir? Yes, sir. All about this is just someone came to me, heaven only knows, because it was the busiest moment of the day. Damn the other time I commenced. Oh, here it is.
Why was that never introduced?
The Scarlet Pimpernel by Sir Percival Blakely. Oh, that's the title. They seek him here. They seek him there. Those Frenchies seek him everywhere. Is he in heaven? Is he in hell? That damned elixir, Pimpernel. Not bad. Not bad. It's damn good. I'll write it out, think, but then it was all right. Well, good day, gentlemen. Goodbye, Higginbottom. Wait on, curse your Higginbottom. Didn't I say it? But you got the Japanese.
Let me look it up real quick.
It means produce the body. If there is no evidence of a victim, there is no crime.
Oh, well, that doesn't matter. Again, they didn't have to present it. They presented her charges and she pled guilty in a plea deal. She accepted the plea deal before they. If she went to trial, then they would have presented evidence that would be in the court case. She did that to avoid the evidence being submitted. That's a known way that they do that in bargaining.
What was brought at trial and discovery?
There was no trial. She did a plea deal.
No, it went to